Alright, I think we are going. Let me check. Yes, we are. How's it going, folks? We are doing some Stellaris roleplay today. Been quite a while. I've been very excited for this game for quite some time. This is our first tiered game in the server. We have completely revamped how we do things on the Discord server for roleplay, and we have a system now where there's non-tiered and tiered games. Tiered are for the really good, trusted roleplayers. So everyone in this game today is trusted to do really good roleplay, and they can do really good roleplay, so this should be really fun. What that means effectively is we can just base everything on our roleplay and not really have to worry about players going meta and getting left behind. So that's really nice. We are going to be playing the Arcala Divergency, which let me link the PDF so I can link that later too. In case anyone wants it. We start in separate voice channels. I don't mind if you're in here, Shady. I don't trust you to abuse it, so you're fine. Let's see. Yeah, I'll copy and paste this later on. But anyway, we're playing the Arcala Divergency. Essentially, the basic of our backstory is that we are from another dimension. In our own species history, which again, I can link the full document. I wrote like 11 pages of backstory, but the gist of it is basically that we are a very peaceful species that basically is naturally very uncooperative. I'll show you our traits really quickly. But we managed to unite and go to space. And in the beginning, we were very hopeful, and we're looking forward to greeting what we hoped would be a friendly universe. The first species we met were basically purifiers in our history. They were incredibly violent, they didn't even communicate with us, and they attacked. And what resulted was a Cold War that lasted several hundred years. This is back in our other universe. It got so extreme that it forced the Arcalans to basically look for any option they could to win the war. And as a result, they found the Infinity Machine. And the Infinity Machine, obviously if you know what that is in Stellaris, is basically a multi-dimensional AI algorithm that is basically researching the meaning of life. I think that's what it was supposed to be from I think it was a trope from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But what happened is that when we first found it in our lore, we basically begged it for military secrets, which obviously it didn't get, because that's not its purpose. But what ended up happening is the people we're fighting, who we just referred to as the enemy, also found the Infinity Machine, and basically started trying to attack it. As such, in order to preserve itself in that dimension, the Infinity Machine chose to basically bestow on our species technology that frankly we shouldn't have gotten. We were not ready for it. It was very advanced, and we couldn't even begin to understand it, let alone use it maturely. As a result, Protector Faust, who is the dictator of our species, basically got the scientists to try and turn it into a bomb, which in reality they weren't building a bomb. So what they wanted to do is basically build a explosive device slash weapon out of this technology that the Infinity Machine gave us. However, they ended up rushing it, and as a result, it detonated on our home planet, Volutaria, which initially they thought would just result in everything being blown up, but what really happened was the technology the Infinity Machine had given us was multi-dimensional technology. So the bomb wasn't really a bomb. What it did is it teleported our homeworld to another dimension in the same place. So that means that the whole empire that we had, which would have been big, we had a big chunk of the galaxy in our own universe, was completely and totally cut off. Meaning only our homeworld was transported into this universe. And our homeworld is basically filled with scientists, administrators, bureaucrats, legislators, artists, things like that. Basically what you would have in like a hub world for a empire and a species that already had expanded quite a lot and needed the bureaucracy to keep it up. As a result, Volutaria is in a separate universe. It does not have the food production it needs for a species to survive. And in addition, being in a different universe has basically started to cause like issues, aka this dimension and or universe knows that we're not supposed to be here and is basically just like ripping apart members of our species now and then. So it resulted in total chaos, rioting, and a breakdown of civilization on our homeworld. But we managed to get some order because Dictator Faust and his officers implemented what was called Project Lazarus, which was basically a contingency protocol for all of the space infrastructure in our home system being destroyed by the enemy, wherein they would launch basically a backup station. So we do have a very small space station and a huge population, which we don't have edited into this game, but we'll roleplay that's like that. So we're in really bad shape right now. We are, oh, what's up, LMG? Thank you for the raid, man. How's it going, guys? Hammurabae, we are doing some Stellaris roleplay. I am just going over who we are playing. Sounds like a great point for me to go ahead and link the backstory. If you want to see who we're playing, that is who we are playing, the Arcalas. I just overviewed most of it. I will not do that again. If you want to read the backstory, it is right there. Hope you had a good stream, LMG. Thank you for the raid again, man. But yeah, so we are in an entirely separate dimension and universe. Every one of our species kind of can innately feel like we shouldn't be here. It's like a really deep, the way I described it in the backstory is like a deep itch that they can never get rid of. Like something just feels wrong being here because they're not supposed to be in this dimension. We played with technology that we shouldn't have. And as a result, we are cut off from our formal empire. And though we don't have to fight in the Cold War against the enemy anymore, we're also kind of alone. Many people had families outside of our home planet, obviously, and they will never see them again. So the issue now is kind of more one of identity, wherein our species, which is not innately a violent and militaristic one, needs to decide how to go forward. A dictatorship was created in our recent history due to the requirement to have someone strong in charge to basically fight the fanatical purifiers. But now that they're gone, there's going to be a lot of push to go back to the old semi-democratic confederacy system, while the military is going to want to maintain, obviously, total power. So we're going to be dealing with that. I have a co-op with me today, which is Mage. Mage is going to be playing the military faction. So that should be interesting. Anyway, that's what we're doing today. This should be a lot of fun. Again, we're playing with really good role players, so this should be fun. I've been looking forward to this. All right, way to get started. Also, our ethics are militarist, fanatic materialist, competitive, and egalitarian. We have rule of sages, memorialists, and distinguished admiralty. Dictator or protector Alexander Faust he has home in the sky and he has charismatic. So that's where we're at. So we do still have a couple of ships left. We have a couple of ships which were on the planet when we got transported to this universe. We started really a couple months after we got the bomb went off and we got transported to this dimension. So we have just a few things left. There's a couple very small military vessels which were being repaired on planet during the transportation, and we do have the very small shipyard that we launched with Project Lazarus after we were transported here. Beyond that, we have nothing. Currently, our planet is just consumed by riots. We don't have really any order at all on the planet. We had discussed, what's up, Tajid? How you doing? We had discussed editing the save file to basically make us have a lot of population and a bunch of administrative buildings and science buildings only, but we ended up not doing that. But in the roleplay, this is a much bigger planet than it is. And yeah, we basically don't have the materials to keep up an empire. Because again, it was a bureaucratic capital. It wasn't a farm world. It wasn't a mining world. So we lack the resources right now to maintain ourselves. Try Stellaris. Sorry?
We completed our exploration science ships.
We have.
We should use our military ships to escort them.
If you would like to handle that, First Admiral, you're welcome to. I will leave it up to you.
Copy that.
I hope at some point we will be able to return to the planet. I have heard that our forces have brought order back to the main areas, but we haven't instilled order in much of the planet still, so we will have to stay up in the at Volutaria station.
It's only a matter of time, my lord.
Let me also show our species traits really quickly. I never did that. So we are industrious, we are sympathetic, we are unruly, we are dimensionally absent, and we are heroistic. So basically the way that I've incorporated heroism into the lore is that our species has always been ruled by like exceptionally competent and extremely ambitious people, more so than many other species kind of, you know, in the galaxy. So we basically have only become like civilized and cooperative due to getting behind very charismatic leaders. And if there's not one, things start to break down very quickly. So if we ever get a really bad protector or a bad leader, we're gonna be in bad shape. Look up in the chat. Did you read my lore for the custom nation? I never did, not for the U4 one. I never did, Nice, I'll be honest. I've been really busy the last week. I've been trying out the Vicky 2 mod. It's pretty cool. It makes Vicky 2 more playable. Yeah, the one they're doing for the MP, right, Tajit? That should be fun. I think we're gonna go ahead and need to commission some more science ships. We are in a strange universe. Once our maps showed us the whole galaxy, but now we know nothing of where we're at. None of our star charts make sense. Nothing is as it should be. We will have to completely rediscover the entire galaxy. Faust looks kind of like Duke Leto in the Dune movie. A little bit, yeah. Some way. What's that actor's name? He is really good. When we have the ability, First Admiral, I think we're gonna need to declare martial law on the planet.
Yeah, that should be our first objective.
Agreed. We have to bring stability back to the planet. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of our citizens who have been used to living a very comfortable lifestyle their whole lives, but they're going to need to be retrained to do things like farming. And that will not be easy. At some point, we will be able to bring back the private economy, but for now, I think once we declare martial law and restore order, we're going to need to set jobs rather than let the market decide.
Military's two objectives are exploration and securing the home planet. As
Good.
long as the objectives are followed through, we will support and do anything we can.
It's good to hear. We'll go ahead and build a stronghold on the planet too for our military in order to maintain peace on the planet.
We should recruit some more people to our military.
More ships?
We don't need warships right now, but we should focus on some peacekeeping troops, at least on our main
On the planet, that's true.
I don't think there will be a big chaotic rebellion like
It's not an issue of rebellion. I don't think our people would even know how to do that. The issue is the riots and the lack of order. We have had a complete breakdown of civilization, and we need to show strength. I'm gonna write out a diplomat statement in a minute too. Slight flex. Unless you core stuff in interactive provinces a bit more. Yeah. Tajid, are you excited for Vicky 3?
System survey concluded.
It is hot today. Is Turkey getting hit by those heat waves?
My house is pretty comfy.
Nice. Oh god, that humidity.
Research concluded. Construction project concluded.
Alright. We have finalized the reunification underneath our singular government here in space. As soon as we declare martial law, in order to instill trust in the dictatorship and in the military, we are going to move the government back down to the capital.
Anomaly found.
Yes, our capital seems to be doing better, but we need to declare martial law.
Are you okay writing out diplomatic posts as well?
I can try, like I'm not good at it.
No, you don't have to. I can do it. It's fine. I'll do that in a minute. The issue with Stellaris is it's one of those games that, like, you need to be so active with the micro in the game.
Anomalous readings registered.
Like, even in a roleplay game, there's always 10 things to be doing, especially in the mid and late game. We also have an amenities problem, so we'll build some hollow theaters.
They can survive.
System survey concluded.
I agree with you, but if we need to get people's minds away from the present circumstances, and if we can't do that, we're going to be in very bad shape.
Construction project
I suppose we can spare some.
We do have some resources. We have to remember that we're not in the Cold War anymore. Our duty now, as protectors of the Velatarian people and the Arcalans, is to ensure that we survive in this universe. Nothing else matters.
I completely agree. We also haven't been in contact with any kind of alien species here, so as long as that happens, we can be a little bit more relaxed.
We have no idea what is in this universe. It could be entirely empty. Who knows where that device has transported us? But if our own universe is anything to draw from, we must be very wary of anything we meet in this universe. Our scientists have hypothesized that being that we met, the Infinity Machine, may be here in this universe. And if so, we need to find it. This is only Prime Minister Zneptonis.
Construction project complete.
Yeah, yeah.
Research
Victoria is like the economic simulator for Paradox.
I'm super excited for Victoria, but I'm also scared. I really hope it works out.
That is about right.
System survey concluded. Anomaly found.
Alright, we're almost ready to drop the plans to declare martial law.
Anomalous readings registered. System survey concluded.
Alright, since I do have to micro, I would like to ask you to try and in the Stellaris, where is it? Stellaris roleplay statements, if you could just write out like basically a post from the military talking about the institution of martial law, basically instituting food like basically control, so like people get food on like an allotment daily kind of thing, and the preservation of order on the planet.
Sure, I will do so.
Like, don't worry about the quality, just like whatever you can write, go for it.
Yeah, sure.
So at some point we should get factions showing up. Right now, basically, our species is so disunified and in such chaos, there aren't political factions. But as soon as we start to get order back on Velutaria and people adjust to where they're at, we are going to have to deal with some of the factions popping up. As soon as we get a democratic leading one, we're going to also have to start dealing with like the cultural reforms, but that will not happen yet.
System survey.
Thankfully, we had a lot of our manufacturing equipments on the homeworld. We did have a little bit. And Project Lazarus was successful. Alright. Let me go offline.
Dude, I don't know what just happened. That was the hardest game I've ever played, and now I'm just dead. I don't know what happened.
Who did you die to?
I died to Revolt. It just as soon as the game started, bang, I had Revolts.
Go talk to Froggy about it.
Construction project concluded.
That's brutal.
That should be world record or something.
We have a first contact, I think.
We should be very careful, my lord.
Very. I'm gonna go ahead and declare martial law.
I'm currently writing the public statement. Should
Thank you.
also.
So again, like I said, when we transported to this universe, we instituted Project Lazarus, where basically the whole government moved to like the emergency like space station in orbit, which was launched like as soon as that happened, basically, because we had protocols for this. So the entire government is currently in space, which has probably added, frankly, to the disorder and chaos, because the only ones still on the ground are the military. But after the riots, there are tens of thousands dead. As I said in the lore, essentially, like, the dimensionally absent trait has made a lot of our people go crazy. As I said, like, no one feels right being in this universe because we're not supposed to be here, and it's driven a lot of people crazy. So, like, the rioting partially was fear, but a lot of it was also, like, related to us being somewhere we shouldn't be. So, after over around a year now, we have managed to finally get control back to all the major cities and areas of the planet, but the destruction is frankly very extreme. There's a lot of people dead, and we now have a food crisis due to the fact that we have really no way to produce food. I mean, we're getting it, but in the roleplay, we basically have almost none. I'm going to compensate that since, like, technically our planet should be way bigger than it is at the start. We should have, like, 60, 70 pop, but since we don't, we'll just balance it with this. But basically, our population in the roleplay is way higher than this, and we have no food production. Shouldn't you contaminate neighboring planets because there could be a plague so deadly to you? I mean, it's always possible, but our species in our own, like, universe didn't have a lot of issues with it, so I don't think we'll really make a lot of decisions based off of that.
We already have necessary controls for contaminations and plagues.
It'll be, the Vicky games will be very small to start off with, Tajit, because we've never run Vicky in the server before, and Vicky has a very small community, so they won't be big games, but we'll keep hosting them. They'll get bigger. Do a break your own news too.
So I can't play a nation, can't do anything now, so I'm just gonna enjoy my day, I guess, and just go do something else, I guess.
Oh, shit, man. That's... Oh, why did you get all those rebels?
I don't know. I have no clue. I had right off the bat, I had negative 50 fucking food starting off, and I was trying to fight it by buying it through credits, through energy credits, and then next, you know, I got a crisis where fucking consumer goods were being shorted, right? And I was trying to fight that as well, and I don't have enough credits to fight that, and I just died instantly.
That's
Like
pretty ridiculous.
It's like upsetting because like I wanted to play Mars really badly. So, it's what it is, I guess.
I don't know.
Won't be able to play RP.
Did you like test it before we went in and stuff?
I did. I was playing single player, and it never had that. I never had -50. I started off with -5, which is doable. You can survive -5.
Did you just like not have any agricultural districts, or?
Yeah, I get none. I get 0. I have 2 basic agricultural districts. That's it.
Did it destroy your planet entirely, or what happened at the end?
Yep.
Oh fuck.
AI took over.
Well, you could rejoin as the AI, right?
I can't join as the AI. It's not even on the list. I can't. I think a setting might be set where you can't join as AI.
That's not a setting, but
No,
yeah,
mean,
I
like,
see.
No, like I mean, in the actual settings of the game that none of us can touch, like you can't play as them. Like, I don't
Well, no,
understand.
you can. I can assure you can because I've done it before. I did a few test games before
It's
this.
not on the list. That's the thing.
Well-
It's not on the list at all of nations I can play.
I don't know what the issue is. I don't know.
Like I said,
It's not that you
on
can't
the
rejoin.
list.
Construction project.
Yeah, and I don't know what the issue is that is causing it not to appear on the list.
Yeah, it's alright. It's all good. I'll just go play 5 of them, I guess. So.
That's
System
shitty, man. Sorry to hear
survey
that.
concluded.
Yeah, I was really happy to play Stellaris and was really looking to play it, but I don't know.
Anomaly
I guess I can't
found.
play it, so it's all good.
We wish you the best, mate.
That does really suck.
Yeah, it does. Alright, I was just coming in to say, hey, we're good to go now. Some shit happened, but apparently you've already heard.
Sounds good. Yep. I had one game like that before. We used this one mod pack where I got like this fungal plague on my first planet, and it killed me off like within the first 2
System
years.
survey concluded.
Oh, yeah, I know that event. That's a real ball ache.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna go tell the others.
Best of luck. All right, we're back in.
Construction project concluded.
All right. So currently, the Yuvan remnants, pitiful creatures. Know that we roam the stars for eons before your hapless species mastered spaceflight. If any of your wretched little ships come into our space, do not expect them to return. Military isolationist, stagnant ascendancy.
System survey concluded.
They're not violent. That's surprising. They are to the southern region of us in the galaxy. It appears that they are hostile, but they do not plan to take any action.
My lord, we should establish a defensive position in Isis region,
In which reason?
in the southern Sus.
I agree. We'll send our ships down, and once we get there, there are reports that there is another species in that system as well, but they do not appear to be advanced.
We can deal with these tribals later. First, we should secure the safety of our...
I agree. The first thing we need to do is create a fortress up there. Also, there are ships moving to the north of us as well. They are of an unknown design, and we can't make contact with them.
Survey concluded.
I'm going to go ahead and position the fleet in Arculum.
Yes, we need to also make more ships. We have too
We
many
do, I agree.
unknown ships.
It doesn't appear to be the enemy, but we know what happens when we are caught off guard against aliens.
System survey concluded. Construction project concluded.
I wish Stellaris would allow co-ops.
Anomaly found.
What was your... Actually, let me go look. I'm going to rename our admiral too. What your name is. Isn't there a way to rename admirals?
I'm not sure.
Anomaly found.
Perhaps not. What's up, twins? Well, regardless, you'll be the admiral that we have in our navy. His name just may appear a little bit wrong. You better drink that water. I drank that water, twins. I did. Good. Things are stabilizing on the planet.
Concluded.
First Admiral, we need to discuss our priorities here. We don't know anything about this galaxy. We lost all the resources of our former empire. We have nothing. We are starting from less to nothing, frankly, with the chaos in the capital. Unlike our own, this galaxy is full of many more species than we encountered. This is concerning.
First object will be securing the ISIS, or whatever it's called, damnation. We need to secure that area.
I see you. Agreed.
On colonization and shipmaking technology.
We do have a planet that is able to be colonized, but I don't think it would be a good idea to do that since we haven't even restored order on our own capital completely yet. Then again, we do have many on our capital who, frankly, we can't sustain here, so it might be a good idea. That's a tough decision.
Our capital is overcrowded, so we should colonize more planets.
We have factions appearing on the homeworld too. Damn. Only a couple years in this new universe, and already we have the petty politics that existed before.
Research concluded.
They
All
are
right.
irrelevant.
We have the National Trading Center, the March for the Brave, the Committee of Advanced Sciences, and the Labor Rights Network. So we'll say that the Labor Rights Network are the ones wanting democratic reform. We'll say that the March of the Brave is going to be the military faction, which you'll be the head of. Then there's the National Trading Center and the Committee of Sciences as well. So we have factions now.
Anomaly found.
All right, we do need to offload some of our people from the capital.
Definitely. If we can solve the food and security, we should have easy time.
What should we name our first planet?
Perhaps first landing? I leave it up to you, my lord. You are better at...
This is a
dealing with,
time that we need unity, I think. This is a time that we must remember our successes of the past. I think that the best way forward for our first planet would be to name it after Declan Noble.
We agree.
In the lore of our species, Declan Noble's like the guy who basically saved us from the enemy, because he started the dictatorship and basically got order to our species. So, we will name it Noble's Salvation.
System survey concluded.
This galaxy also appears to be much, much bigger than our own. We've gotten some orbital telescopes up now, and they are showing that this galaxy is unlike our own, which was simply a blob of stars. This one is elliptical. There appear to be multiple strands coming out of it. It's also much bigger. Out of roleplay, our home galaxy would have been like probably smaller, medium in comparison.
That's difficult to
Construction
deal with.
project
There should be lots of...
Yeah, we're not used to dealing with huge spaces like this.
Anomaly found. Anomaly found.
We need more housing. We'll upgrade the city housing on the capital.
Research
Have we
concluded.
started our colonization?
We have.
Good.
Also, let's rename our starbase to Lazarus Station.
survey concluded. Construction project concluded.
We are beginning to understand the alien species that we made contact with, too. They do not have any of the vocal recognitions of the enemy, so they are something else.
Yeah, they are. I don't know what to do about them, to be honest.
Systems
The fleet is stationed on our border with them, but it's nothing like our fleets of old, and frankly, it won't be able to do much.
We should at least, until we have enough power, we should act in a non-hostile manner.
Agreed. We have constructed a station on our border with them.
Yes, gun
System
batteries would
survey
be good.
concluded.
We have understood their language. They have high speech and low speech.
Let's use the high speech.
Envoy Jorg Weber pauses, looking confused. We have gathered several phrases that they seem to begin their messages with.
Initial colonization phase commenced.
What should we use to greet them?
We should
Construction project concluded.
play this safe.
Fuck.
That should be fine.
Well, they got decided for us. The Cerberus Defense Co.
Wow, they are too close to us.
They're very close to us. We have our station built, though.
Survey concluded.
Should we attempt to make contact with them?
I think we should just ignore them. I don't
Last
think
time we
they're
made
gonna
contact, it didn't go well.
come. Yes. If they contact us, we can talk, but we shouldn't be first to do it.
Agreed. We will simply build our station, position our fleet on their border, and do a show of strength. If they come to us, it'll be a better position.
Yeah, we need to ensure that they see us as a threat too.
Indeed.
So
Our reports indicate that they are fanatic militarists, fanatic materialists, and authoritarian. It's reasonable. And that
Construction
it's
project
not, they're
concluded.
not organic.
these robots.
Construction project concluded. Research concluded.
It's very odd. Our own robots are very simple. They could never do something like this. But you're in a very, very strange universe indeed.
Anomaly found.
They diplo with the red faction? Not yet, Patrick. We're not going to contact them until they contact us. We're going to make a show of force. Can you write out a roleplay statement in the roleplay channel talking about basically us meeting them and just basically building up defensive stations, positioning the fleet, and making a show of strength?
Okay.
Thank you.
System survey concluded.
Climate pacification initiated. What's up, Empire? At this point, I think one of our biggest priorities is going to be getting all of these excess people off of our capital planet. They need to be retrained into farmers and miners in the colonial worlds. The annals of our own history speak to our early days when we did the same thing. Not for the same reasons, but...
We have lots of colonial, potential colonial planets, so we should have a problem with this.
Yep, I agree. Sala will need to be next.
Anomaly found.
The factions within
Construction
the
project
capital are beginning to also organize as well. The labor organizers are starting to demand more rights for our workers. They're saying that these conditions are not acceptable right now, which is so unwise. We are in a universe we don't understand, surrounded by aliens, and they feel the need to prioritize the rights of the people. So
System survey concluded.
pointless.
These discussions are irrelevant. We are fighting for our survival.
Anomaly found.
Rights can come later.
System survey concluded. System survey concluded. System survey concluded. Horizons expanded.
First Admiral, I think it would be wiser for us to build a defensive station in the Iguaiki system to the southern region.
I think we should do it in the Curbus because there are resources there we need to protect. One below of the.
But that would
Iguaiki.
that way, if we ever get attacked by the what do they call themselves, the remnant,
Phase complete.
they would be able to go right past us. We must remember the choke points. We utilized them in the war. It's what allowed us to hold the enemy.
Yes.
System survey concluded.
And we have officially founded a colony. What kind of world should our first one be? What do we really need? The scientists want a science world. The traders want a resource planet. Military, I'm sure, would like a...
Food. Mother.
That's true. A farming planet. What's up, Dolphin? How you doing? Family was good, Dolphin. It was fun spending time with him. We have contact with another alien species, Zuracorp. Welcome to Zero Corp. We are a business conglomerate operating out of the Yanuk system, specializing in trade, the very building blocks of civilization, as we like to say here at Zero Corp. Please do not hesitate to contact us if you're interested in making a good deal. Traders, this galaxy is much more friendly than our own.
Anomaly found.
Guys, we shouldn't still trade with them unless we really need to.
Agreed.
Construction project complete.
It could be dangerous.
Construction project.
All right, we have our first ascension book.
System survey concluded without incident. Anomaly found. System survey concluded.
I think we'd probably do Interstellar Dominion, realistically. Because we're not really unified. We were never really tech-based.
I think we should go for Unity.
But we're not a nationally unified species. Our people always disagree on everything. It is only through strong members of our societies that we have any measure of order. That seems to me to be a useless plan. Maybe transcendent learning? This makes sense roleplay-wise. Our society must change its approach towards learning, and by doing so, our best and brightest will be able to reach a completely new level of achievements. That makes sense for kind of our backstory.
System survey concluded. Anomaly found.
Or do you mean influential knowledge?
Construction project concluded.
Now, learning is goal
Anomaly
of all people.
It is.
Sadly, we are not very influential, I guess.
No.
We still have problems with control.
This is what our species has always prioritized, so it makes sense. Multiplayer Dolphin.
System survey concluded.
I think it's probably about time we can end martial law, don't you think?
Let me check the logs. Crime rates have fallen down 60%. I think we can, and it's okay.
We can always bring it back if necessary, and the majority of our armed forces are still on the planet and the homeworld.
System survey concluded.
As long as our military is on the ground,
Situation log updated.
I don't see any problem with this.
Agreed.
Anomalous readings registered. Construction project concluded. Research concluded.
I love this announcer's voice. It's like very cool,
It's a good one, yeah.
very smooth.
Yeah, the announcer voices they have for this game are really good. Who are the other players? We haven't met them yet. We've only met one so far, which is the Cerberus Defense Corporation, which is an AI corporation. We haven't made contact with them yet. We built up a station on their border and positioned our fleet there. Our backstory is one where basically the only species we've ever met in our own universe were violent, so we mistrust everyone. Yeah, I have an RP co-op. Did the Mark guys leave the game? Yeah, Emperor, he got game over by his start for some reason. It really sucked for him. So the other human civilization is gone. There's only us now. Only one human left, and we're not even from this universe. Now that we've begun to stabilize things a little bit more, First Admiral, I have a job for you.
Yes, my lord.
We need to start investigating what went wrong with that device and why we're here. The Infinity Machine, when we talked to it, I remember communicating with it personally before we got that technology, made it clear that it was not just in the universe that we were in. And again, the scientists have suggested that we may find it in this one. I want you personally to start a contingent of the military to start researching what went wrong with that device and if we can find the Infinity Machine in this universe.
Anomaly found.
It might give us some answers as to what happened and if we could potentially get back.
Yes, my lord. I will establish necessary
Thank you.
hub officer for this.
System survey concluded without.
Oh, you just met him? He is still in the game, but he wasn't able to rejoin for some reason. Ideas and racial things. Idea-wise, we are militarist, fanatic, materialist, competitive, and egalitarian. Our species is industrious, heroic, sympathetic, unruly, and dimensionally absent. I'll give you the backstory if you want it too. What's up, Vambi? Good to see you. If you want the lore dump, here's the lore dump. We are really starting to get some problems with the labor rights network as well. They've been threatening strikes in our factories in the home world as well. Something will need to be done about them if they continue this.
I still do not consider them as a serious threat, to be honest.
A large portion of our population follows their leader, Tao Xing.
Construction project concluded. System survey concluded.
Do they not understand our struggle?
Apparently not.
These people.
This is why the military can never relinquish control. We would return to the chaos and the inefficiencies of the Confederacy if they would have their way.
Anomaly found.
Oh no, Lore. How hard did you go on it? Ah, not as hard as other people. Cerberus Defense Corporation has gotten very big from what our reports tell us.
System survey concluded.
Dramatic sci-fi music. We have an observation post on ECS-2. The species on the planet seems to be very intelligent, but they never unified like we did. How do we want to approach that?
I think we should observe them for now. Maybe we can do something else later.
They're not one of our biggest priorities, but I think we do have an obligation to ensure that they are safe.
Anomaly found.
Well,
We can't be like the first aliens that our species met.
System survey concluded.
any people or any aliens under our domain should be safe and have their basic needs covered. So I would not oppose to such an idea. But our priorities remain to our home world mostly.
I agree. I'm gonna go for invention next. We need to develop the science to discover what went wrong with that device. If nothing, recent events has taught us that we focused, I think, a little bit too much on. We wanted the results of technology, and we didn't understand it, and we need to change that. What's up, morally unacceptable? I think I'm gonna follow Tyrion. Nothing's broke. I smashed my finger by accident on my front door a few days ago. I just got it cleaned out from all the dry blood. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Get it washed off with alcohol, too. You want to disinfect that shit, man. Because the way you're putting it is that the monarchy is really militaristic. Yes and no. It's complicated. If you read the lore, you'll understand it. Like, they are militaristic and they are tyrannical out of necessity. But our species, by nature, we're unruly, but we're sympathetic. So we're not naturally cruel and dictatorial. Alexander Faust is also not like evil. He's very competent and he's very focused on preservation. He's got an eye for talent, he's charismatic, and he believes in building a future in space. So we are militaristic and authoritarian because it's how we view us preserving the safety of our future.
System survey concluded.
But for example, Dictator Faust, he's not a man that explicitly enjoys
Project concluded.
what comes of that. So it's kind of complicated. Now the military officers are a different story. Oh, you clean it out? Good. Yep. Good shit, Bambi. Don't take chances with that shit. Let's get more of these excess citizens off of our main planet, too. What should our second planet be called? I'll let the military name this one.
Thank you, my lord.
System survey concluded.
Could be something with hope. You know,
We could use some of that right now.
Depend on order. We need to also provide a future for our people.
Agreed.
Perhaps New Hope will be better. A good name.
Good name.
Anomalous readings registered.
Seems like 40k Imperium of Men. Oh, I'd say pretty different than that. Maybe like
Anomaly found.
really early, like right after unification, but even then, I don't think the parallels are too similar. After the initial planets we found around our capital, there are not many worlds that could hold our people. That is very disturbing. But then again, that's what things were like in our own universe. We had to
We have
travel
detected-
so far to find anything we could put our people on.
We have
Research
detected
concluded.
movement from the robotic peoples, or whatever they're called. I
Our
suggest-
robots are not like the ones that our neighbors have. They are very simple. I don't think they'd be capable of colonizing a...
Establish, espionage. It is possible. Networks. I know that means that we have to establish contact with them, but
Do we want to
As well,
reevaluate our policy towards the Cerberus Defense Company? Those robots haven't even contacted us.
yes, but this is
Hold on, I got something. Hello, friends. You may recognize me as the scientist that went missing on ISIS 2. My sudden disappearance was quite intentional, I assure you. The natives here have come to see me as something of a god, and why shouldn't they? After much deliberation, I have decided to bring true civilization to these savages. One of our scientists has taken over that planet.
this is very dangerous.
This is not
We do not
good.
order this. This is very dangerous, my lord. We cannot deal with.
We have to
cults.
make... He's advancing them very quickly.
Concluded.
He's giving them their technology. This is very, very dangerous.
Anomaly found.
We need to decide how we're going to deal with this civilization, the species. They know of us now. Our scientists have seen to that.
Technology is in their hands right now, so we need to act very fast about this. We might have to take military action and
Research
take over the
concluded.
planet. We do have enough military.
Do we really want to become the invaders? We have
have
spent the
no
last
other
200
choice.
years defining our civilization based off of that. We'll do the same to them.
We must, my lord. There is no other choice. They have our technology, and we have two dangerous neighbors. We cannot have a rebellion
Initial
during that war. We
colonization
cannot
phase
have
commencing.
another threat.
System survey concluded. Horizons expand.
All right.
I will suggest
I'll do a poll for this one.
patience.
All right, flash pull.
System
Everyone in chat, you are now the brain of Dictator Faust. So you are going to define his thought process here. Should we invade this alien species, these primitives that one of our scientists have given technology to due to their dangerous nature? Or should we work to try and peacefully work with them and push them away from the dangerous dictator? You are all the brain cells of Dictator Faust right now, so you get to decide what he decides. Got all role played either way.
anomaly found.
We need to deal with the primitive situation first, but when that's done, First Admiral, do we want to contact the Cerberus Defense Company?
System
Invade it is.
concluded.
I'm sending the fleet. We have to secure our borders, and we have to secure our future.
Project concluded.
Yes. How?
Sending the fleet, and I'm sending our armies from the capital. Things are stable enough there, it shouldn't be an issue.
Not sure if just 2 troops will be enough.
I'm sure. He's forced our hand here. I do feel as though one day our species may come to regret this decision, but we must make our decisions to preserve our own people. All right, we got something going on, I think, in the game right now. We're gonna see what's going on real quick.
And Scythe discovers the Purifier Order.
What's going on right now?
And immediately get wiped.
No, they immediately decked on Scythe, which I thought, okay, I will fight them to help Scythe because Scythe was getting decked on by them. They only have 2k fleet.
What happened?
Fnatic Purifier went after Scythe and is trying to ethnically cleanse.
How
the
do we
race.
have fanatical purifiers in this game?
It's an AI.
It's AI.
How did we get an AI?
I think it was a fallen AI. Because I discovered it, but the thing is, he blobbed way too fast to be a fallen AI.
But there shouldn't be. There were no AI civilizations in this game.
Yeah,
No AI starts, but they're completely separate from the fallen empires.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a rundown of what's happened. What's happened is one of the people who joined went for an origin that is incredibly difficult. Unfortunately, his empire did not actually agree with the fact that his empire should exist. Because of that, he got taken over, and the AI assumed control. That's why that person had to leave earlier. The problem here is that his civics, one of them was Fanatic Purifier, so the one that took over was also Fanatic Purifier.
He had a purifier trait?
Yes, he had all the stuff for
He
it.
wasn't supposed to be able to do that. I
Wait, who was it?
didn't see that.
Yeah, wait, who?
Jarl.
Yo.
He shouldn't. Hold on. He needs president for that?
I did say. Oh, I did say there was a fanatical purifier.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
you need to be
I'll have
a
a
general
chat with him.
secretary to have that. There's only one in the server. That's fucking Christ, man.
Okay, well, I may have fucked up on that part then. Sorry about that.
I should have looked at it too, and I didn't. So
Yeah. Anyway,
Wait,
point is,
how can we deal with this?
What's going to happen is,
Coalition.
right, guys, quiet down. I need to talk here. Okay, sorry everyone, but okay, what's going to happen is he's going to close the lobby real quickly. I'm going to save it. I'm going to open up. Wow, that was loud. I'm going to open it up in a single player. I'm going to world cracker each of his worlds, and no time will have actually passed, so don't worry about it. I'm just going to wipe the Empire from the map. It shouldn't be there. I assume everyone's okay with that decision.
Sounds good to me.
Nobody
Yeah.
wants to fist
Wait.
fight the Fanatic Purifier.
Is this
No.
the previous empire? Is this Jarl's empire?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does that mean you're gonna crack Mars?
Wait.
Well, I
no, wait,
can just wipe his species if you like. You're welcome to
Yeah.
just keep Mars.
Wait. But
I
he
mean-
isn't a fanatical purifier. The Mars guys.
No, it was an alien that took over his empire.
Yeah,
it was an
he.
AI.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, crack his systems. Let's get it going.
Yeah, okay.
Can
So
you just-
close the lobby. I'll save it on the way out.
Do I just leave the game then? Yeah.
Literally
Yes.
just leave the game. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, that like
Is Jarl not coming back? Can't you not just get rid of the Civic so he can join later?
We have tried that. Unfortunately, it's
You have to completely redo the
Yeah.
the entire race.
yes.
Ooh.
the thing is, I was fine with the Fanatic Purifier because I thought it was a Fallen Order, and then it immediately decked on Scythe's Nation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I really wish you would have pinged me before that. I'll be perfectly
Well,
honest.
I thought I
just
could.
found it as well.
Honestly,
Well-
I thought the two of us together could take it, but then he came in. And
You
asked
gotta
about
remember the
one
AI
shot,
don't
one
build
shot by
build fleets.
maybe.
They just spawn them in, so you're never gonna beat that. Like
yeah,
Yeah.
unless you're really
well,
good, you know.
I did get destroyers very early, so that's
Good,
why I thought I might have had an
Okay.
actual chance.
Okay. For now, if you guys just want to spread out, you can have a quick chat. I'll ping everyone once we're actually back ready into this. So sorry about this, everyone. This is literally just a bad roll of the dice. Nothing
Oh, good.
anyone could really have done here.
No worries.
You know.
Oh, good.
Stellaris. I love Stellaris randomness. It's the best thing about it.
All right.
I
I'm
haven't
gonna-
even met.
All right, so there was a AI glitch with a player who fucked up his starting ethics, so he's gonna get all his worlds cracked in single player. Then we're gonna keep going. All right, guys. So I guess right now we are just kind of gonna wait a little bit. We gotta get some stuff edited into single player, and then we'll get the game back up. So I guess this is like a little bit of a break. I think I'm gonna go make some coffee really quickly. I'll be back. So, yeah. See you guys in a few minutes here. Okay. Well, let's see if we got that host back up yet. Doesn't look like it. Be a good time to write a Diplo post. Let's go do that. All right. Major, you still here? All right. I'm gonna mute Major really quickly. I think they've got my stream on, so I'm getting the reverb of it. All right, let's see. Public statement from the Arcalan government. Today, we formally announce decisive military action from the newly forged defense fleet. One of our scientists has chosen, through sheer cowardice and cruel opportunity, to become something none should ever claim to be. Gods died in the early days of our species, when we were still young. Collectively, we know that the greatest examples of pure form and excellence exist within ourselves. To desecrate this sacred principle and take advantage of a species yet to even unify is a crime beyond reproach. With a heavy heart, but with confidence of necessity, I announce that the armies of our people and our fleet will head to the... what's the name of that system? I can't see it right now, can I? To their world and forcibly remove our misguided and criminal former scientist. For his crimes, we dictate that he is to be put to death. The people of this planet were not ready to know of species in these stars. Our recent experience has shown what happens when we play with things we should not. I think Stellaris is a pretty cool guy. You mean a game? Yeah, Stellaris is a great game. What's up, FGR? How you doing? I love Stellaris, man. Such a good game, especially for roleplay. We should. They will be given a choice of independence under our guiding hand or incorporation into the divergency. We must show the innate kindness and understanding that we were not shown in our own history. Together, we will define a future of stability, of safety, and of progress. Let us work together for a better future. Cool. All right. We are crossing the proverbial Rubicon and starting to become what we once hated, as you do. It is very easy for the people of a crime to commit it later themselves. It's kind of what we're going to do here. So, epic fun fact, apparently the gibbons constitute like 60% of lesser ape species. I assume there's like quite a different number of like different types of gibbons. Why are there so many, FGR? Just kind of like where they're located, or?
Specifically laser weapons and the like.
The price to go with subterranean origin.
Well, no. It was. I thought about that one, but then I realized, oh, this would be so much cooler. I don't know if you read about my race in the thing.
No.
They were created by another race, and they've been searching their entire lives trying to find out who they are and why they were made.
Dude, come to me, hit me up. My empire has existed for thousands of millennia. They ball out. We've probably met your guys. Your guys
cool.
breeders.
How many of you guys have actually met each other right now? Because I've only met Tank.
I've only met
2 people.
I've met nobody.
I've met
by
2
the-
people.
And by the way, even though my leader shows a robot, it is a human race, believe it or not. The leader is a robot.
Human.
Oh, actual? Oh, I legitimately was confused. I was
The
like,
AI corporation, the way it is essentially the AI oversees all facets of the corporate, unlike a bureaucracy.
Do you have organics or like are they all just AIs? You do have organics.
It's an organic populace, but it's an AI leaader.
That's kind of cool. I like that.
And the AI leader
We
can
explicitly
expand
tried
on-
to not like talk to you, so we don't know that yet.
Let's say the AI leader, the way it works is like it got upgraded by building like essentially capacity for it, and then as a
What's up, Samurai? How you doing?
Wait. So hear me out.
The gibbon, agile gibbons, slavery villains, white sheep gibbons, black cats. There's a lot of gibbons. I didn't do that. We're at an hour in, Samurai. Damn, I didn't know there were that many.
Don't say that.
Alexa, order some
stop.
chicken thighs.
No, stop. Don't.
Alexa, what is my location?
No.
Alexa,
it's all-
don't order
it's all
chicken
it's all
thighs.
Sorry, that was not funny.
I
It was a little funny, but
I forgot I have an Alexa.
My one has a different voice because I may have modified it. Smiley face.
yes, some hot British dude.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
What? Oh, well, come on! I'm not the only one who did that. Some hot British chick? No. Just
No,
me? Okay.
she's Asian.
I don't want. Okay, I don't. Let's not get into the details. I mean, Asian ones would talk faster, right?
Yeah, so
But
she
I don't
shuts
say
up.
So she's-
So she talks faster and doesn't blabber on.
It's all about
So are we
efficiency.
starting the game back up soon?
Yeah, I'm fighting to the death at the moment, trying to actually find wherever the hell this damn save has put itself.
All right.
Like I've got
And,
the save and everything. It's just
I'm good to stay. I convinced my trainer that I have food poisoning.
What?
Yes.
Okay, that's not true, FDR. Man, I've known some British women who are fan-fucking-tastic, my man. So I reject that statement utterly. Utterly.
You need to go to health. Your mind. No, Stellaris.
My body. My
I
body.
don't need to be in bed. I need to conquer the stars.
No,
My
it's like
body. It's 4 a.m. Stop drinking Red Bull.
no, your body's telling you to stop, but your brain's like, yes.
No. Real life one FCR. Like people I've actually known. Like I've known some. You know, I'm not talking celebrities. I'm talking real ones. I don't know anything about Emma Watson, like at all. She's cool, but. Samurai, have you read the backstory on this? I think I linked it to you already, so you know the backstory, right? I'm just gonna keep copy pasting my fucking backstory. So people actually know what the fuck's going on. Oh, you have? Okay, cool. Because I basically roleplay like folks semi-understand what's happening already. Because this is gonna be a YouTube series I'm making, so. You read it? Fuck yeah.
He's then switched to fight me because I declared war on them. They defeated my navy. I raised my home planet to have a force that is like, I think, gonna be like 4,000 defense. So what my plan was, they come to attack me and it's gonna be like Star Wars: The Battle of Coruscant all over again.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Because I have a feeling that I would have been able to actively resist them. If I could just have that one battle where I would defeat them, I would just start basically being like, you know.
So instead of Great Galactic War Coruscant, where the Sith invaded and fought Coruscant in the arse,
Yeah.
you're talking about the other Battle of Coruscant.
Yes.
Okay.
Where, and then I would. The issue is it would affect your economy to the point where I would have to relieve you of or help stuff. But I had a plan to deal with them because I realized, wait, they've just got corvettes. They don't have destroyers. My brain's like,
corvettes messed me up though.
No. My brain's like, I don't know what corvettes they're using. I know just how to fuck them over.
You know, if you get really big, you can make a second of your empire independent and it becomes AI. Also your vassal, I think. Yeah, we could do that, but we need a roleplay reason for it. We're actually next to an AI corporation in this game, which is never player. That's the only people we've met besides Stagnant Ascendancy so far, which has been interesting.
The Fig Cloche have decided that perhaps not all organics are as weak as we thought.
When you get absolutely just decked on by some.
He got decked on by the Fallen, not the Fallen, he got decked on by the Fanatic Purifier, like, Easter egg race. However, I may have been able to defeat them, but they would have to attack my capital.
You just got everything in planetary defenses?
Yes. I might have been able to actually resist them. If I would have resisted them, I would be able to push them back. But it would have been very costly for my fleet.
Oh, I bet, yeah. I mean, he practically wiped my fleet the very first interaction.
He wiped my fleet out, so what I did was I sold all my minerals because for some reason I'm making a god tier amount of minerals, and I'm just spamming out destroyers in an effort to just be able to crush him.
Well, it's a good thing I moved.
What's up, guest? You're not wrong. If you tried to like do a job interview like online through like fucking Zoom or something with like a Hoy mic, it would go badly. Plus, like the Erica song playing in the background wouldn't help.
Probably wouldn't have survived because I would have labeled them as not sentient life, and I would have eaten them. You know.
Mhm.
And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have said anything.
Nope, I've been like, GG, Braz.
You're just sitting there. Even if I won that, I would have partitioned the thing with you. We would have had equal share. We're probably also going to partition them as well. We'll just say that some beast. You know what would have been funny? If I trolled them and transported, there was a way to transport the live egg to their capital, and it turns out to be a devourer.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Just like, surprise, motherfuckers.
They're like, what is this egg? Crack it open. The thing breaks open.
Literally, that's like the Stellaris Trojan horsing. That's all that is.
Yeah.
You know what's funny?
Just right on the side of it in their language, say for the mega omelet, and then they'll like open it, and then yeah, it's over.
I actually just cracked open an egg, and the only thing that was inside was some tech shite.
I have not cracked my egg. I'm just keeping it at my capital. I want to see what it grows into.
Nah, fuck that.
By the way, Hammurabi, I know your Empire's been looking for the Infinity Machine. I actually found it.
Oh,
you fucking did?
Oh,
yeah. I found
That's
it.
all my lore's built on finding it.
Yeah, I found it. It's on the other. It's actually I found it, and it turns out it's like all the way on my right side. It was actually the next sector. I'm about to go ahead and put an outpost on.
That'll go one of two ways. One will cooperate, and I can talk with it through you, or two, you won't cooperate, and then I'll have to fight you to get to it. So it's one of those two ways.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
I'm gonna get to that Infinity Machine and say it's our only hope of getting home. So.
I just thought it was funny because like I broke their communications. Why haven't they said anything yet? And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna leave it then.
Say, I also had a trump card up my sleeve as Scythe. I may or may not have discovered an ancient ship, which may or may not have been also a battleship.
Oh, is it the Dreadnought?
Really? You found a fucking battleship?
It's either a battleship or it's a cruiser, but either way, if it's either one of them, I would have used it as if I used as my trump card.
Is it an automated Dreadnought?
I don't know.
No. The automated Dreadnought is an entirely different thing.
Oh, no, it is, but
no, it might not be. It's not. It's definitely not something that big. If it was something that big, I would literally be like.
So. A dreadnought can can get as big as some planets, mate.
Yes.
Yeah,
they're huge. A battleship or cruiser.
You don't and commit intergalactic genocide. Fuck it.
I still just found it funny. I was like, damn, the members of the entire species looking for this thing. Like I found it in like the first couple of months.
See, you're gonna see Tankroy. You're gonna have to be nice to Ham, or if he might have. It might be a bit of a blood fight between you two. Especially
we're bordered actually.
Oh, are you fucking real?
Oh.
Yeah, for real. We were actually bordered. He was the first empire discovered.
The Fit Clash will definitely send some people down there to watch the ensuing wars. We will bring small amounts of snacks as well.
Everybody, I return.
So have they been deleted?
They have been deleted, yes. However, there is a separate problem that has been found. Mainly that we cannot find where the fuck the save has put itself. I have the save. No, I 100% have the save and can load.
I also, no, I have the previous save. I don't have the current one.
I'm assuming
we got to figure it out.
Yeah, have you checked
I'm assuming you checked the files in Paradox Interactive, Stellaris, and saves.
I've
I mean,
this
PC documents, Paradox Interactive, Stellaris save games.
Why not just host a game?
And it's empty.
Why not just host a game and have Quasar join and Quasar save it and then host?
You can just transfer it to him, can't you? Just put it in their Google Drive.
Sorry, thinking about that, Quasi, I know exactly how to remove all the planets. If I just tell you how to do it, would you be okay doing that?
You didn't save the game because you said you did it.
Fuck.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Here's a new solution. Quasi, can we go back to the private Diplo channel because I worked out a way we can do it?
Yeah, we can.
Sorry about this again, everyone.
All good.
Thanks for your patience.
I
I
mean,
guess time to write out some more RP.
I mean, the other option is
The answer is always more roleplay.
I mean, there is something we could do, Scythe. It is a bit risky, but I would free you afterwards. If they couldn't fix this, then one thing I could do that's really cheesy, you become my vassal, they try and deck on you, they are forced to then fight the master, which is me. I then kill them at that battle. If the unlockable relic ship turns out to be a cruiser or something, I will try and fight them, try and kill their main fleet so they can't fight you anymore. But that's like some big brain, like...
Yeah, that's
a little... Yeah, we shouldn't need to be doing that kind of thing.
That's a plan and a half.
Charles, is the ship through the event, is it the derelict cruiser event?
Probably.
Oh, that one.
I was a bit busy, like, dealing with,
yeah, we were fighting.
There's derelict cruiser, which is a cruiser event, and then there's another one that's really rare.
Wait, you get purifiers from it?
No.
For the derelict cruiser?
No, you get a cruiser.
You get, like, basically...
You get a cruiser ship.
You get a cruiser, and I think...
That's what I
doesn't it
thought.
help you, like, unlock the cruiser tech faster or something?
You get the tech, a bit of tech for you.
There's another one I've gotten once or twice before that I assume is rare. It gives you a battleship, but I forget what the event is called.
But I think it's like one that you also...
The really fun one is when you're a spiritualist and you get that artifact that allows you to just get like a free fleet from the stagnant ascendancy like every 10 years.
Oh yeah.
I forget the name of it. It's the head of something.
Yeah, okay, by the way, you don't have to be spiritualist for that. It's just a relic you can find from a dig site.
I thought you had to be spiritualist to use it though.
No, because I found it even with machine empires.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And better yet, you also get really friendly with that fallen empire too.
You do, yeah. Yeah. More you know.
But yeah, you can be any empire. It's just a relic, and as soon as you trigger it, it gives you the massive fleet.
I'm glad the massive spiritualist zealots are gonna be best friends with my machine intelligence.
I know, right? It's like that's funny.
Oh wait, Dustin, I've met your race, but we haven't had a talk yet.
Yeah. Which one are you?
I'm the one that looks like I belong in like someone's like terrarium. I look like a beetle. I'm the beetle race.
I was actually really tempted.
The red one, right?
I'm the top one. I'm north of you.
Yeah.
I was actually really tempted to run a criminal syndicate, but I don't really know how that works.
Criminal syndicate. You're basically it's like a corporate state, but you're more evil. Well, I mean, corporate states are evil, but...
You know what someone showed me earlier today? There's a Stellaris made a sea shanty for the aquatic release. I never heard this fucking thing. This shit is actually wild. I'm gonna play it. It's a fucking, it's like built like a sea shanty from like the Vikings, but for fucking aquatics. So good. I will listen to it, so we're gonna listen to it real quick. It's taking a lot longer than I expected. I do apologize, but it be how it is in multiplayer. Fuck yeah, it is, Samurai. It'd be cool if Stellaris started commissioning like songs for all their DLCs. That'd be badass. Music really adds to a game. It's often one of the most, I think, underutilized aspects of game development is a good soundtrack. The only reason I still play Endless Space 2 is the fucking soundtrack. I also play that soundtrack whenever I play Stellaris because it's so good. Same with Stellaris. Think about, I don't know, I play a lot more Stellaris because of the soundtrack. It really is motivating, you know? Sets the mood. There's Endless Space mod for Stellaris. Does not affect the checksum. Is it like a reskinning? Let me look it up. There's so many good Stellaris mods. Oh, there's a soundtrack mod for it, I see. Ooh. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Such good songs. The guy who made their music, Fly By Know, is so good. I've listened to all his music. That man cannot make a bad song. Oh shit, I never made a Stellaris event, or E4 event. Anyway, I wanted to play that because it's a good fucking song, so. There you go. One second, I have to make an event for a game that I never made for some reason. There we go. Yeah, anyway, back to the main soundtrack.
I can't wait for them to revive themselves as primitives.
You do realize if they revive themselves as primitive, I will literally go into there and eat them all. I will literally be like.
How did that go the first time?
I don't care. As revenge for what they were trying to do, I'm just gonna go into there and it's gonna be like Starship Troopers all over again. I'm gonna wait till they're like in the atomic age. I'm going to invade them.
How are we looking on that save file, by the way?
Yeah, that's what I came in here to say. We got a solution. We've got it all worked out. Literally, I'm just waiting for Stellaris to boot back up so that we can implement it.
Nope.
Sweet. Alright. Yeah, I just thought I'd give you an update process thing. It's gonna be like, I don't know, 5 minutes tops.
Does it work now?
I'm literally booting up Stellaris.
Yeah.
It will work.
The thing failed. Never mind.
What is an anonymous poop delivery?
What are these links, man?
Yeah,
nothing.
I'm scared.
Nothing. I was attempting to make it look like my nation has discovered clickbait.
Oh. Fucking Christ. Just link PewDiePie's merch store. There you go. That's clickbait.
That's even worse.
So if I click on this, what is it gonna take me to?
I wouldn't click on it if I was you.
It will IP grab your address and you will be sent the Mao Zedong handbook or the little red book.
I collect those books.
Honestly, all it does is takes you to this site where you can literally send someone a box full of shite in it.
How? What? That's legal?
Americans have this weird obsession with sending their friends strange things.
Do we? You know, that feels like one of those things that Europeans say about America, but like really isn't a thing.
This isn't legal.
Really?
There's no way.
Really?
Yeah.
So sending someone a bag of dicks or a box full of glitter is not an American thing.
Not really.
That's what really obscure thing that people usually do, just to go ahead and do something like how to put it. Like people send packages of glitter to someone as like just a gag gift. That's really all they are. But it's not traditional.
That's what it's supposed to be. I was trying to make it look like I was going to roleplay as if my species have discovered clickbait, and obviously that failed.
What about if my species?
You're still perfecting the technology.
What about if my species discovers how to sell NFTs?
Hey, we got the host up.
That's a galactic threat, and I'll have to stop you.
Aww.
And then you get coalition decked on.
But NFTs.
NFTs stands for no fucking talking.
Waiting for the house.
To let you know, this isn't a hot join. This is me transferring the save over to the other person. This is not the game. So
God damn it.
join.
Oh, so we don't join.
You rejected.
Oh, is it up already?
No, it's not. I'm telling you, it's not. This is just a detailed transfer things over.
Okay.
I just thought I'd let you know.
Hey, Scythe, is your race like? Do they have any like musical like qualities or like?
Yes. They actually invented many hymns to bring what they call praise and honor and glory to the beginners.
Your beginners sound a lot like my Lightbringers.
Out of roleplay, it's the Erasian precursor event. The Eurasians are the beginners.
I would disagree.
Did anyone get Cybrex?
Huh?
I don't remember.
Did anyone get the Cybrex precursor changed?
Not me.
Yeah, I got first league, so I don't think it's.
What are the options of the precursor?
Well, there's like 5 or 6 of them.
Oh, you mean
There's the Eurasians, there's
oh,
the first league, there's the Cybrex, there's a couple others I always forget.
I have to actually take a look at which one I have.
Let me take a look.
No idea what.
The really good one is the Cybrex because you get the ring world.
It's the precursor. What's it called? The precursors where it'll spawn a system that's like related to whoever the precursor races or precursor name is.
Oh, Chattels, did you look and see? And did you look at the picture I posted for the carvings my people discovered?
Yes.
For the first time in history, they know what the beginners look like.
You know what drink I'm sending you? You'll get in future ones. No, I'm sending Scythe.
What's up, Embo? How you doing? What's up, No? We're waiting for the game to get back in. We had a glitch, so.
Basically, my people were created by dwarves.
There you go. It needs to not be a metal can.
This one, Note.
Huh?
It started really good, Imbo, but then we had one of the players pick
I guess we got it.
I guess the wrong set. Oh,
Sorry about that.
We're good?
Hey.
Oh, thank Jesus. That was only an hour.
It was not an hour. It was 43 minutes.
It was
40
hours.
Remember, time is relative.
Yeah, it fucking feels relative.
Okay, motherfucker. Okay.
It was only like half an hour, wasn't it?
Oh, it's more than that.
40 minutes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this was just something that's like a roll of the dice. There was nothing that we could have actually done.
No,
Could we potentially?
No star request unless it's done copyrighted, because this is going to be a video.
Then I will bring the hammer of God down upon them. And now we actually know the solution of how to do things, then...
Can you just like spawn a...
But it's more fun just to bitch about things without solutions.
I could, but that would take time for it to charge up, because it takes like a month to actually charge up and fire.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, it's pretty typical of the insectile races, Hamu.
Sorry?
Racist.
Wait, what'd you say?
Host is currently loading the save game.
Aww.
Did someone say eat host?
Real quick, has anyone seen the D&D movie trailer that got released?
Yeah.
There's a
yesterday?
D&D movie?
It looks so good. It looks so bad. It looks like they're just gonna take
Yeah.
D&D, Hollywoodize it, and make it garbage. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
But I'm a level 43 ranger. You can't say that.
But guess what? No
He
one
says.
cares about.
But like,
Your
if they
level
legitimately made, they shouldn't have done a movie. They should have made a top tier D&D TV show, like a really good one, and then they could like make it even more mainstream. But they did that
should
shit.
have fucking done is like one of those interactive shows on Netflix. It's like the perfect.
That
format.
would have been a good
exactly
idea. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Almost done, Dolphin. We're getting the game's going up right now.
You see the game hosted, right?
It's up. Cool. Fucking thank God. Or the ancestors, I guess.
I mean, you see it's hosted, right? That's my question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me in.
The host is currently loading the save game.
God damn it. Keep spamming it. It'll slow down, sir.
Oh, I need to load in. I'm assuming this is not like Hoi. Okay, now you should be able. Okay.
Yeah. Requesting hot join.
It says the host has denied you.
No.
Wow.
I think
Let
so.
me
Why?
let you all in now.
Okay. Harold, you gonna be? Did you get my message? Hello.
Easiest thing for a D&D show. Do the Crystal Shard book over a whole season easy. Literally like any of the D&D books. Wait, I'm not muted, am I? Hold on 1 second. Like,
Does he know he's talking to us?
I'll mute myself. I apologize. I agree. Like, literally, they should have taken like one of the really well-made D&D adventure books. You know, like the pre-made ones, like Strahd or something like that, and they should have turned it into like a TV series, right? It would have been so good. And then D&D would have been even more publicly mainstream, which I think is honestly a good thing. So more people enjoy roleplay because it's amazing, right? But instead, they did the stupidest thing possible, and they made a fucking Hollywoodized bullshit D&D movie. Like, it's gonna flop so fucking hard. They got good actors, they did, but like, good actors won't save the god-awful script that they'll have because they're gonna have to fit a fucking D&D story, which if you've ever played D&D, you know D&D stories, a short one will go a long time, let alone a long run, right? You can't stuff that into 1 fucking hour and 20-minute movie. It's gonna be fucking shit. But if they did a really well-made TV series, it would have been so good. It would have been so good. All right, have a good one, Imbo. So, yeah, just saying. D&D expanded cinematic universe coming soon. See, yes, I'd be all for that, but they need to start with TV shows. They can't start with movies. It won't work.
Hey, I pronounced my name right for once.
So if you don't accept it and anyone else, and if they pop up, we can get in together.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for this bunch to consolidate.
Oh, shit. Let me go ahead and just look at everyone's stats really quickly. Wait, my sigil got changed.
Who's watching Seinfeld?
Oh, Seinfeld?
What?
Strange
My sigil for my empire got changed.
Wait, people still watch Seinfeld?
That guy can hear Seinfeld.
What the fuck?
Who is not in? Who is not in yet? Please,
I'm not
please.
in yet.
Yep.
Is this the equivalent of this
Hold
motherfucker
on.
eating beans? Meme
I'm-
for Discord.
I mean, Red.
Yo, real quick. My sigil, my color and everything got changed. It's all different.
What?
Oh my god, it did. What?
What the fuck?
This is the gods.
Bruh,
This is the gods. tournament.
that's ugly
Anyone-
as fuck.
Is anyone missing? Is anyone missing? Is Herald, Emperor? Guys,
green and
shut up
purple.
for a second, please.
Yeah.
Is Herald of Change, Emperor, and Cameraman Shady? Is anyone missing now?
Are you able to
I'm
edit
still
a sigil
connecting.
after you're in the game, or am I
Is
stuck with this?
anybody missing? Yes or no?
I think someone's still connecting.
Yeah,
Try
I'm still
stop
trying to
connecting and redo it. Just reapply.
Okay.
God damn it.
Maybe go to the menu out of the multiplayer screen, because if you're
Yeah.
in there
Yeah.
too long, it stops
Yeah.
working.
Oh, I didn't know
I'm
that. Okay.
requesting.
Yeah.
I'm
Yep.
requesting.
Does anyone know
I
though,
see it.
really quickly, is there any way to change your sigil in the game?
I don't. Maybe.
Only
There-
if you can edit the save file.
Before
maybe
next
we'll try and edit
session, can I get my god awfully sigil and color changed?
You don't like a
Yeah.
pretty.
I will do my
Wait,
best.
the Size
Purple and
Massacre
green.
is in. Is anybody still missing? Or do we have all now? I take it for a yes, we have everybody in the silence, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not in.
Yeah, you got to edit the save game to change the flag and shit. I will sort that out between things.
Appreciate it.
I think I already know someone who's eager to
try,
exit.
baby.
I'm gonna go back to my channel, if that's okay.
Yes, yeah. If you're in the game, you can bimble back to your little areas.
We would have to talk, Scythe, about, you know...
Yes, we are going to discuss it.
Partitioning up who are what... I don't know, is there a primitive race also you need to let someone eat them?
I think
there is no primitive.
Alright, we're gonna go into our NVC. So we got a little fucked by that save editing there. We got a really ugly logo and a really ugly color. That is unfortunate. They might be able to change it later, potentially. So we don't get our snazzy emblem and colors anymore. But the roleplay is still there, so it's fine. And we actually get to play the game, so it's good. That really annoys me, though. Like, the color scheme's like a fucking, like Laffy Taffy or something. It was a culture change? Was it? How did that happen, Samurai? How do you mean? And yeah, I agree with you, Dolphin. It's disappointing. Yeah, I saw that trailer advertised for D&D, the D&D movie, like 2 nights ago, and I watched the trailer, and I was just like, man, this is gonna set D&D back like fucking years in terms of like mainstream appeal and respect, which is disappointing. Guys like, oh, what's their name? Critical Role have done so much for making D&D like more popular because it shows how good it can be, and then that movie is just gonna shit on it. RP-wise, that's why your people change their flag. There's no RP reason for it, and I don't frankly want to like make a roleplay reason for this, so we'll just pretend this doesn't happen. We're just gonna pretend this isn't happening. This is just Dictator Faust is having a hallucination right now due to the stress of his job, so that's what's happening. This is all a stress hallucination. But we're gonna keep going with the game. That's what matters. What trait does he have? Let me look. I can see when we're back in the game here. 1 second. He's got the same traits. We've got the same traits. We got the same civics. Nothing fundamentally changed besides our color and our flag. There's no way to change it, is it? Dolphin, you sweating right now too, dog? You're around where I live, you know. All right, we are back in the game. We are back. We'll keep this going. Our RP co-op could not make it to the rest of the game. They had some IRL shit happen, so they will not make it. So it is just us. Meaning, if anyone in chat would like to roleplay as, like, you know, a faction or anyone else within our empire, feel free to let me know and you can roleplay chat. So I find that to be kind of interesting. More flavor is good.
Anomaly found.
As I said before, so we've managed to basically stabilize the crisis on our capital planet. We've transitioned it away from a science and administrative capital planet to more of an old school farming, mining, industrial world to compensate for our lack of a space empire that disappeared when we transported ourselves to this universe. We have managed to colonize 2 planets and have gotten the excess population off of our capital to those areas. A lot of the people are very unhappy though, because much of these populations, they were trained to be scientists, administrators, bureaucrats, educated people, but now they're being forced to be farmers, miners, and things like that, so they're very unhappy. As such, we're beginning to have a bit of a crisis with the labor unions. The Labor Rights Network is a faction that has appeared in our nation, our civilization, led by Tao Xing, who is demanding a return to the more Confederacy-based Republican values, as well as secured labor rights for the workers, which the military and Dictator Faust are obviously very against, given how bad of a situation we're in. So that's beginning to cause some tension. So it's been less than 10 years, and we already have internal politics beginning to hurt us. Yeah, true. I can't wait for a winter, Dolphin. I agree with you. Also, we should consider talking to Cerberus at some point. We still haven't contacted them. We built up Lazarus Station on the border with them and have positioned our fleet there before we moved it to invade Isius. So when we left off last time, we were about to invade this planet. We're gonna invade it. We are becoming what we once hated, but for the stability of our people, we must do it. Just a reminder, there's this, one of our scientists declared himself a god and has taken over this planet. They have a lot more soldiers than we expected. Fuck, this is a slaughter. We're gonna have to call it a retreat.
Incursion initiative failed.
Bombing it is. That was a tactical disaster. We lost one of our armies. We're gonna send the remnants of our new army. Yeah, they advanced much quicker than expected. We're gonna bomb key military targets on it, and then we're gonna invade again.
Anomalous readings registered.
The first invasion failed. We didn't expect them to be so ready for an invasion, but it appears that our scientist who has taken over the planet prepared for this, unfortunately. So we are going to be forced to bomb them. Once the next part of the army gets here, we're going to launch another invasion. What do we do with them after the invasion is the real question. It's a tough one to answer.
An alien empire has established communications. Anomaly found. Initial colonization phase complete. System survey concluded.
He's going to be executed when you find him. We already put out a public statement in the Discord saying that as soon as we find the scientist, he's going to be executed for his crimes. In our species culture, we don't worship gods. There's no religion to speak of within our species. Like, if you read the lore of it, you understand that basically the only way that our society kind of developed was through, like, basically very charismatic, powerful, like, individuals who in the ancient times were called, like, heroes and legends, but are now just, like, leaders. They are so respected and, like, I wouldn't say worshipped, but they kind of have huge cults of personality. So instead of having religion with gods, we basically just honor our past ancestors who were very powerful and respected individuals. So to have one of our own species declare himself a god culturally would be like pretty big deal. It'd be really bad. So not only has he taken advantage of this species, not only has he caused problems with us, he has basically desecrated our culture by doing this. So he will be executed. Try this again.
Commencing planetary incursion initiative.
It's gonna be a hard-fought battle. They're entrenched, but we've got orbital support. Fuck, this is gonna be close. Fuck, we had to retreat again.
Planetary incursion initiative failed.
They have very few armies left, though. Like the Kims of North Korea. In terms of like cult of personality worship, similar to that, confused. We're gonna keep bombarding them so they can't reorganize, and we'll launch another invasion as soon as we're back. All right, let's finish this. The third and final invasion. They have nothing left. We're gonna drag our traitor out and execute him. We won't even let him stand trial. He'll be executed as soon as he's found.
Survey concluded. Planetary incursion initiative successful.
We're gonna incorporate them. Let's immediately establish a stronghold on the planet for our soldiers. And we'll establish holo theaters to show them that there are benefits to living with us. They're experiencing stellar culture shock. We found the scientist who betrayed our species too, and he was shot by our soldiers as soon as he was found. We've dealt with this threat before it became a bigger one, but now we have a whole new species that we need to learn to cooperate with. We are an egalitarian species, I believe. Yeah, we are egalitarian, so we cooperate with foreign cultures, but it will be very strange for us, I think. They're known as the Albanians. They're biologists and they're tropical. They're definitely not as advanced as our own species, but there are a lot of them. We'll build a starport here too. I think it's time we make contact with our neighbors too. They have fleets in our system, we have to contact them.
System survey concluded.
Greetings! Is this channel open?
System survey
Channel's open.
concluded.
We have identified ships bearing your mark in our systems and wish to know why that is currently happening. We did not explicitly close our borders to you, but it was also not an invitation.
You didn't say we couldn't. If you wish us to leave, we can always do that.
We find it very strange that you would not at least contact us first.
Well, we expected first contact. Unless you're going and looking for a business opposition, I would think that you have no reason for us to contact you in the first place. Yes!
We are neighbors, are we not? You are the first species that we have met in this universe.
I get that, but unless you're here to talk business, I don't think there's anything else we have to talk about right now.
This is a very odd way to speak with another species. Business. It is your only priority?
First and foremost.
System survey concluded.
That's very odd.
Must go up.
Expanded.
We have received very little reports about your species. We've been dealing with internal matters which have been solved. But we have heard rumors that you are not entirely robotic. Is this correct?
Oh no. No, we're not at all. The only thing is that right now our government is ran by the Watcher program.
The Watcher program?
Yep, it keeps everything in line, makes sure streamlined production, and ensures that everyone does what they're supposed to.
You've let algorithms define your people?
Not mostly defined, more so streamlined. I guess it just depends on perspective, really.
That's very odd. Do you know much of this universe? We are not from this place originally. We know little about this universe.
Not much right now. As of currently, we have only expanded to this very section. But eventually we'll go ahead and expand further down.
Indeed. I must say, I find your people to be very perplexing. In our home universe, we only met one species, and all they wished was to fight us. And although you do not seem friendly, your intent is very strange.
Well, we're starting to hear that, but unless there's anything else you need to talk about, so if it's really some business matters, we could.
I don't think so. In the future, if you make such actions as putting your ships to our borders, we would ask that you contact us first.
Understood.
Good. Oh boy, I'm sweating. It is hot here.
Construction.
All right, they're not hostile, but they're not friendly, so we can work with that. We've met a new species.
An alien empire has established communication.
The Puck Assembly of Occult Practitioners. You hacked into us, and now you call us friend. The Assembly. Another alien species. When it rains, it pours, it seems. We met some sort of traders as well. Terra Nova embraces genetics. Word is leaking out of significant changes taking place within the borders of the Cerberus Defense Corporation. However, they fully embrace biological genetic enhancements to improve their species.
Arcala Divergency. You appear to be the first species we've found living still amongst the stars. How the hell have you survived so long?
Greetings. I am Protector Faust. It is unexpected to meet you.
Yes, as are you. You are awfully close towards our borders, and the indication of Tomb World within them does not bode well for you. Do you have any knowledge upon this scourge upon our worlds?
Not at all. You say that you have many tomb worlds. You mean planets destroyed in the past, I assume?
Well, of course. Devastated by radiation. The damn fumes are belching into the galaxy as we speak.
We have not heard of this before. I'm going to be very frank with you. We are not from around this area, so to speak. We came from very far away.
Oh? Well, perhaps you could get in contact with some of our scholars. They have been interested in cataloguing a new phenomenon known as shroud transportation recently.
Shroud transportation?
But I personally believe it's all a hoax.
What is the shroud you speak of?
Imagine our world is upon a sheet of parchment. Where it folds over, the gap between, that is where the shroud lies, supposedly. A place we may punch through reality and skip certain parts of it, so to speak.
Project concluded.
That sounds very far-fetched, to be very frank with you. Our species doesn't deal with magic and things of that nature. It's very odd.
What? Sorry, you have no magic?
Of course not. Magic doesn't exist. And that's what you're describing, unless I am, my universal translator's not working.
As head geomancer, Lord of the Firing Mantle, and Walker of the In-Between, I can assure you it does.
Those are a lot of titles. But do they mean anything?
Well. I'd be careful with your words, boy.
Boy! We have only just met. Perhaps you would be wise to watch your speech.
Perhaps we may invite you and a couple of your researchers to our worlds to study the numerous effects. If you truly believe that magic does not exist, then you are welcome to see it for yourself.
I would assume you're simply describing advanced technologies.
We can assure you, once you see the beautiful castles hanging high upon our stars, you shall think differently.
I'd be happy to send a diplomat to your capital, but beyond that, I remain unconvinced. I do have a question for you. You seem like your species has been around for quite some time. Is that safe to say?
Well, as far as we're aware, we've been around forever.
Forever? I suppose that's always relative. There is something that we seek in this universe. It will perhaps give us some inkling into how we got here. Have you heard of an entity known as Infinity, or the Infinity Machine? It is a multi-dimensional entity that supposedly exists in all universes. And we are seeking it.
Never heard of it, unfortunately.
At all? That's a shame.
Nope. We have had rumor of strange machines towards the south, however. We would offer you contact, however they have made it very clear that they wish for none.
We are not a species particularly interested in finding others. Only the machine that we seek. There are also machines to our east, and they are likewise very uninterested in friendly relations or conversing.
Appears this galaxy is a lot colder than intended.
It is nothing like the one we came from. This is a very friendly one in comparison.
Tell us about where you come from. The stars. Do they twinkle the same?
It is an entirely different place. I will not go into details on it, as it is a security issue currently, but this is not our universe, if you understand.
I suppose I can grasp the fundamentals of it.
Well, if you claim to be a magician, I'm sure that walking between planes is something that you would at least claim to be doing.
I would like to make it clear to you that all current faster-than-light technology is distributed and authorized by me. We cannot travel past the void, so we skip through it.
It's similar to what a jump drive is it not? Just a different name for it.
Theory. However, it is my abilities that allow to puncture a hole through space and travel instantaneously.
You're speaking of wormhole travel. We have begun to discover it, but we don't know how to do it quite yet.
Perhaps I should show a demonstration sometime.
Indeed. Since you seem to be somewhat more friendly than those we have met in the past, perhaps an embassy mutually established in our capitals would be of a good idea. And we could see if these claims of magic are true.
I see no particular issue with that. Only condition is that we request that you do not enter the system that contains this tomb world. It is, how can we say, rather infectious, and we would very much appreciate it if it did not get out of hand.
It's of no interest to us.
Very well. So long as you stay between the lines, we shall have no issue.
We seem to have a common border in Antares. As long as we keep that, I think that we will have no issues with one another.
Wonderful.
I will say, though, as a word of caution, since you are somewhat friendly, have you met the remnant to our south and your east?
Yes, the Juvan Remnant. Unfortunately, they are blocking our expansion almost entirely. We were hoping to find an exit into the land you currently own.
There's nothing to the south of you?
There is, but to get through it, we would have to travel directly through their space. Which, as I'm sure you can understand, is not particularly ideal.
Not at all. They have been very hostile to us. My officer corps designates them a tier 1 threat to our civilization, and we are making precautionary measures, but we know that their technologies are so advanced, there's little we can do.
Either way, there is only a certain amount you can learn from the universe before you simply have to take a leap of faith and make guesses.
That is true. I will leave you be for now, as there are other matters I wish to attend to. If you ever hear word of the Infinity Machine, and let us know, we would be forever in your debt for it.
But of course, you have your goal, and we should assist in it, as should you to us.
I must say it is very odd to find someone actually willing to cooperate. We have never encountered that in the history of our species. We look forward to at least having a amicable relationship.
First time for everything, I suppose.
Indeed.
Farewell.
You as well.
Research concluded.
They're not hostile. That's good. Bro, I got an idea for a galaxy where all the countries are ones that have been teleported there. That'd be interesting. Oh man, you could do a lot with that roleplay-wise.
Construction project concluded.
So they're spiritualists, and I assume they have like telepathic abilities. They have the power of the shroud. But to us, we will understand that, or be interested in understanding it.
System survey concluded.
Alright, so at this point, we have begun to really, I suppose, come back to what we once were. No longer are we just a single planet without an empire in the stars to protect us. Now we have the infrastructure and space and the economy to back up the capital and can begin to return to focusing on what we did in the past, which is obviously building prosperous planets and getting our species to the stars. Since we've now begun to alien species who are not really hostile to us, it is going to exacerbate the ideological issues within our empire, which is the fact that there are many groups now that want change. There's a Democratic Rights Watch, there is a labor organization, and the military is beginning to lose power. And as such, there are beginning to be much stronger calls for change.
Survey concluded. Horizons expanded.
So the military and the dictator are going to have to start taking actions if they want to secure power, or else we will go an alternative route. These are interesting. Man, it is really hot here. It's my AC, you know. My AC stopped working. Oh god, that's why it got hot. Hold on. My AC's fucked up. Just my goddamn tape.
System survey concluded.
Faust, do you happen to have a moment for a brief conversation?
God damn it. Turn my fan too.
Research concluded.
Hello?
Sorry, I'm back. I was fixing my AC.
No worries, no worries. Faust, do you happen to have a moment for a brief conversation?
I do have some time. What can I do for you?
Well, as of yet, our current scanners rely on a system of detecting disturbances within the webs set out throughout the galaxy. It should be noted that, I'm not sure if you're aware, there appears to be a hostile fleet towards your north.
System survey concluded.
Lies above an ocean world.
Well, you'll also made contact with whatever these creatures are, but we do not have perhaps the scanning technologies you do, as we were not able to get a full scan before we had to jump out of that system. We do know that they are much more powerful than anything we can bring to bear currently.
Well, you say that. In actuality, it actually consists of 2 ships.
Only 2?
Yes, it's a pair of cruisers. They're rather large in scale, but they also match the identities of that of the xenophobe Fallen Empire towards our east. We believe there may be something of intense value beneath that ocean world they guard.
They must be there for a reason. To anger the Yuvan Remnant would be very dangerous, though.
Oh, of course.
My species has not survived this long without being very cautious in the actions that we take.
As of all species that have made it to the stars.
Indeed.
Risks tend to get you killed.
They do.
We would like to make clear to you a notable difference between them. It appears that these fleets, although rather small... actually, this is rather embarrassing. It appears that it is not in fact 2 ships, but 7. They simply were silhouetting between each other.
Quite a lot more.
Yes. Either way, 7 cruisers. They appear to match the profile of the Fallen Empire. However, they are distinctly different signals produced. I believe that they are unrelated entirely.
That is worrying.
Oh yes. Our fleets can't kill them, but they survived around 2,100 fleet power. We simply wish to warn you as the most decent entities we found in this galaxy so far.
We appreciate you making us aware, and we will take measures to expand our fleet capacities to deal with this if it becomes hostile.
Very well. Should you require assistance, our mages will be upon hand.
Indeed. We appreciate your assistance and letting us know.
Fleet
Farewell.
enhancement supplied.
I just went to dinner with my dad. When did we make first contact with our empires? A bunch happened at the same time, Denise, over the last, like, I'd say 30 minutes or so. It's one of those situations where it goes from nothing to a lot really fast. God damn it! My fan's fucked up. It's one of those fans that if you hit it hard enough, it starts working again. See if I missed any important roleplay statements. Lots of stuff going on with the spiritualists. A lot going on. Let's change the music real quick too. Let's drop quick mine and never worked again. Maybe the fall did it. Could be. Deep within a caress of a giant asteroid, we have found something astonishing. There's a mining gear attached to the rock, digging itself in the vast depths of the asteroid. It stands abandoned. We'll scrap it. We can use the materials. A lot of resources. Nothing really to use them on.
Construction project concluded. System survey concluded.
All right. What to do? I'm gonna write out a man. I want to write a diplomatic post, but they take so long. We'll do one really quick. I do want to write one out. Reports from. So many of it's happened though. That's the problem. Reports from the Arcala Divergency. Recently, the government of Arcala took the necessary steps to invade the ununified species in their southern border. After a successful operation, a number of after a successful operation, the scientist who declared himself a god was found and shot. With his death, the dishonor of his actions may be partly redeemed.
Construction project concluded.
The question then became what
System
to do
survey
with the
concluded.
species
Horizons
that had been brought under his sway. No longer could they be ignored in their ignorance, as they understood heck they should not
anomaly found.
and know of our existence. Dictator Faust did the only thing he thought reasonable and began the seemingly impossible process of incorporating them.
System
Cultural
survey concluded.
differences may be extreme, but the Arcalan people are not without some acceptance. Time will tell if this succeeds
Evading
or
hostiles.
fails. There we go. Alright, let's do a small one. I'm gonna keep up a little bit with this. Alright, have a good night, Denise. See you around. We don't have Starhold yet. We have reports that the Cerberus Defense Corporation has a very powerful station, much beyond our current technology. That is worrying. Seems as though our science is dramatically behind those of our neighbors, which we need to do something about.
Construction project concluded.
What happens if people meta in tech, then they will be bumped out of tiered games pretty much forever. Unless they really roleplay and don't abuse it. You can get advanced in tech, but you just can't abuse it. Basically is how this works. And you have to roleplay it out. If you abuse like shit in these tiered games, you get bumped back down to non-tiered and you're gonna be there for probably quite a while. We have a lot of energy credits. Could upgrade the fleet again, I suppose. Wouldn't be a bad idea. We'll go all the way to our max. We have brought order for the most part to SCS2. There's a lot of crime going on there, but we are dealing with it. Oh, it got cut off down here.
Construction project concluded. System survey concluded without incident.
Trapped within a mountainous slab of ice are the remains of a life form, the likes of which have never been seen before. Who knows how far it has traveled through space and time. Our researchers have made the necessary preparations to bring it back to life. We'll keep it on ice for a while, maybe in the future. A dominant criminal syndicate in ACS2 recently eliminated the last of its competitors and achieved complete control of the planet's existence. Criminal underworld. They have long since undermined the real planetary authorities, and the local population now look upon these gangsters as the true rulers of ECS2. That is a problem. We are going to declare martial law. We're going to launch an anti-crime campaign. We're going to crack down on them hard.
System survey concluded.
We have very low approval of pretty much everyone. So what groups would the current ruling government really push for? March for the Brave, and then probably the mining group. Those are the two ones we'd want to work with.
System survey concluded.
But we're not tyrannical. Excuse me. Jesus. So that doesn't really fit too well, though. I guess we're just gonna have to have all the factions not really love us too much. For the most part. We're gonna turn Noble, I think, into a science planet. That's where we're gonna center the remnants of all the scientists who initially were in that, like, in the transportation to this universe. And their main job, besides just developing general technologies, are gonna be to research, obviously, the device that brought us here. Which we still do have. Rumors said some empire in the galaxy has unlocked a powerful and useful technology that probably will kickstart its development over the rest. Our intelligence still hasn't been able to identify it, but we make sure we can complete alert to detect who made that breakthrough.
Construction project concluded.
Interesting. No idea what it was, but interesting. Oh man, my allergies. There's a wormhole down here. And a colonizable planet, good. That's the only colonizable planet we've found in quite some time. Our researcher capacity has reached a limit we wouldn't believe we could breach so easily, as new inventions and theoretical solutions are becoming developed at an incredible pace. Now we're able to create new potential models of research to allow our empire more room for growth and expansion, or literally improve our way of existing by sheer power of science. Get a random breakthrough. Nice. Yep.
Construction project concluded.
This is a tough one. I think it'd either be technological ascendancy or castling. We'll hold on to it for now. Have to say. Alright, we'll just have to work on anomalies while we wait here, because we have to bring a fleet down here to deal with these amoebas. Space Hunter amoebas. Do we have a mission to deal with them? Yep, study. We can do that. 39 months. I think if you do that, it does render them non-violent, I think.
Construction project concluded.
Deployment in the capital, we'll need to do a upgrading of it. Same with, say, a prime. Across the barren fields of Whiskar 3A, there are indications of old battles being fought. Beneath the lifeless ground, our researchers on the ISS Ambassador have found bones, metallic shards, and most surprisingly, a container filled with documents. If we send the documents to our homeworld for translation, we could potentially learn more about the war and who fought it. It would also be possible to simply sell them off as antiques. We will translate them.
Science ship sustaining damage. Situation log updated.
Where did we just get attacked?
Situation log updated.
Ah, those amoebas. We'll need to send the fleet down there. It'll just take so long to get there is the problem. 3 years. We can't send the fleet out there. We need it in our home systems. We're going to prioritize going to Travelora since our ships have indicated that it is colonizable, which we will want to do. Well, I can keep surveying at least.
Special project concluded.
The box is a needed document of sort. Ah. there's so many of these events I've just like seen and read so many times. There are a lot of events in Stellaris. At some point, like in these MP games, we should think about adding like a mod that adds like more like event chains, because I know there are mods that do that, I think. Oh, we got an event. Someone tagged us in an event. Hold on. Faust, our latest scholars have developed the designs of a unique ritual they call the Hyper Relay System, allowing one to prepare affordable teleportation between star systems. It's common knowledge that we disagree on the basis of arcane rituals, and despite how incorrect you may be, eventually this research will spread towards your scholars. Word of mouth is a dangerous tool, and we wish to warn you of the dangers of misuse of these mechanisms. This technology is likely to appear within your research sector soon. We ask you to take care. Rare crystals are dangerous if misused, and the quantity required for this megastructure is frightening, even to I. Interesting. What's up, Jakey? Well, we will have to be very careful then if our allies are saying that it is dangerous. Well, not allies, friends. We're not allies yet.
Anomaly found.
We have a tropical world down here. Do I save up to do the co-op game or go watch Quasar? Up to you, man. They have a lot of bases. Merchant guild bases. Interesting.
Construction project concluded.
All right, we need to decide on a new tradition. Control. We definitely do control. Oh, we can't.
Science ship
Has domination or subterfuge traditions finished?
research concluded.
We do domination. Well, I don't know. This is a tough one. Because, like, for the most part, the military and the dictator is still in control, but they are beginning to lose it. There's a lot of powerful factions. This is a tough one.
Special project concluded.
We're fanatic materialists, so we'll go prosperity.
Research
we would be very focused on it now that we've returned to the private sector and aren't mandating jobs anymore. Since we have managed to stabilize things after the initial jump. Ah, there it is. I think. Oh boy. Void Cloud. So we can't get past here at all. Occupation flagella. What the hell? Whoa. Out of roleplay, I know what this event is. In roleplay, we wouldn't, though. There's a shielded world here. I think this is the event where it's a bunch of, like, basically alien drones that are protecting a world full of purifiers. They're basically kept in a shielded world. Out of roleplay, we wouldn't know that, but we definitely still clear for now, since obviously we couldn't beat their fleet, so. Definitely very worrying, though.
Special project concluded.
We tried everything in order to find out the ceramic pot ended up in an interstellar orbit. Maybe we were crazy. Maybe it does not even exist. Guess what? We tried calculating around those facts, and, well, we are done. There's nothing more we can do. Oh, no, there is a lane past here.
Research concluded. An alien empire has established communications.
Can upgrade to a planetary capital. The same, but I'm gonna wait for an interesting game, like a new EU4 game, but a nation I could learn on. Yeah, for sure. Go for it, man. What else would we want to build on the capital right now? You get a lot of unique buildings later, but we don't have them. We'll build a sanctuary of reposts. We could do that. Or we basically track the great deeds of our people and our civilization. Noble's going to be turned into a research planet, so let's start on that.
Construction project concluded.
Private Forge. We need a new name for this planet, though. That was supposed to be called New Hope. We never changed that. And we do finally have an ever colonizable alpine planet. So we will send a colony ship. My wife was really bad. What did you say? Not, you mean just now, or what do you mean?
Construction project concluded.
Have we gotten rid of those crime families yet? Nope, still mob rule. We're trying to crack down there, but it's not working particularly well. And we can't put a governor there because it's a frontier sector.
System survey concluded.
Oh, I just said for sure, man. That'd be a good idea. One where it's more manageable. These are very concerning, though, these fleets in the northern systems. Our own fleet is not capable of dealing with them either. We don't have much naval capacity. I think it's time for us, in order to secure our borders with all the very powerful factions around us, to start building anchorages so we can get bigger fleets. In the past, we were caught off guard for not being prepared, and we can't let that happen again. But we need to put them in places that are hard to get to. Like over here. This would be a good place to build like our fleet headquarters.
Construction project concluded.
The gangsters controlling ICS-2 have instituted an extensive protection racket. Since the planet's true judicial and law enforcement systems have proved unable to deal with the organized crime, the population feels it has no choice but to submit to the authority of these criminals. This has been a serious effect on productivity. God damn it. Martial law's not working.
Construction project concluded.
We have a lot of production here, civilian and alloys, so this is a very key planet now for us.
Anomaly found.
We're gonna need to replace them with precincts and send more enforcers and police to the planet to get control. We'll need to hire from the local population, though. We can't just bring in outside Alcalans. We have to get locals. It's proving to be much more of a hassle than anticipated. But then again, we did try to incorporate an entirely alien race into our own divergency. We found dark matter.
Construction project concluded.
We're gonna turn Isis into a farming planet as well, for the most part. We basically can't do... We can send our people to this planet, but we're alpine. We can't really do well in like tropical climates, so this complicates things a lot. You have land-based forces too, Jakey. They're just basically never used. They are there though. Now you do have armies. It's just they're not really important. You only do that for planetary invasions or for like controlling order on your planets, basically. All of our armies are currently on Isius.
System survey concluded without incident.
Oh. Our genius scientist died. That is very unfortunate. What's up, Escova? I'm filling in the borders. We wanted to get over here so we could get access to that habitable planet. There's more habitable planets down here too. We need more space. We still have way too many people on our capital planet from the initial jump. And overcrowding is a huge issue, so we need to find places we can put them. And there's nothing in these systems at all. Am I metaing? Yes, absolutely. Look at me. I am the meta. We're going to take these systems down here so we can build anchorages. I think we have enough stations for them. Yeah, we're going to build 2 anchorages down here because it's in a very strategically located place. And then we're going to keep going south because we do need more planets to colonize. We're trying to basically make up the ground we lost when we were transported here. Again, before the jump, we had a huge empire. We don't have it anymore. Paused. Uh-oh. Is today the day I get RP banned? Detailed surface scans of Anastasia 2A have identified a large impact crater containing the wreckage of several ancient starships of unknown design. These ships appear to be completely devoid of life support systems, leading us to suspect they are either unusually large drones or controlled by some form of artificial intelligence. We found some living metal. Very, very, very strange. Another dead scientist. We'll hire one of the Alvanians. They need more representation if they're going to be properly incorporated into our societies. So we have, like, basically on the species we've incorporated. Just a sec, we're going to make a science lab here. On Asius, which is the planet of the alien species that we forcibly incorporated, they basically turned entirely to crime. We'll basically say that in the lore of this game, the government, the Arcalan government and the dictator have not really prioritized building up this planet as much as obviously the other ones. So there's now a lot of like ethnic issues that have popped up between our species and theirs, and the incorporation has kind of not worked very well. As such, the people here have kind of created a shadow economy and are kind of resorting to crime in order to keep resources on their own planet so that they basically are not in total poverty, which the current government is doing. So it'll require... Oh man, they sabotaged the gun battery.
Faust, are you there by any chance?
Hello there.
Yes. Sorry, I appear to have interrupted you. You appear to be dealing with some rather bad news at the moment.
We've had a lot of issues internally, but it's a security issue. What can I do for you?
Well, should you require assistance, you know where to find us.
Indeed, we thank you for your offer.
We wish to provide another warning for you. Unfortunately, we have to be the bearer of bad news again.
Your intelligence is always appreciated.
We have managed to slip past the radars of the xenophobes towards the east. However, we found an equally troublesome scenario below us. There appear to be a collective of... I don't know how to say it. Barbarians.
Barbarians?
Incredible, they even managed to drag themselves outside of the mud. Yet here they are, they've taken up whole star systems.
I don't think my universal translator, it doesn't... The word you say barbarians, we don't have it in our language. Can you rephrase that?
Construction project concluded.
Let's think. Space-based pirates.
Oh!
They seem to love to fight. They're willing to hire themselves out to the highest bidder, and unfortunately, that means they may be sent towards one of us soon, as we are relatively close. Hell, the devil has even threatened me. Can you believe it? They threatened me. They took 5,000 minerals from me.
They must be very powerful to make such threats against you. Do you have no fleet to protect yourself with?
We have a combined fleet of 5,000. Their smallest fleet is 7,000.
That is indeed very strong.
Perhaps for now. However, we're willing to put you in contact with them purely for security reasons. We understand that if a fleet suddenly arrives upon your doors, that's not going to look good on us.
You are much more advanced than we are. Our fleets would not be able to deal with this even remotely, so we would appreciate that.
Very well. We shall place you in contact. You mentioned that your fleets are rather small. May we ask as to the...
I believe it is primarily a technological issue.
Understandable.
Our species was transported here from an entirely different universe, and when we did,
a lot of the technology didn't transfer over?
Indeed. There was a very dark couple of years when we lost a lot. Many of our science cities burned to the ground, many scientists were slaughtered, and many more had to be repurposed to doing menial jobs like farming, and as such, we've gone into a bit of a technological dark age recently, and are struggling to get out of it. We have begun the process of building up a science world, but it's nothing like the ones that we had when I was younger.
Well, that explains everything. My god, that's why you don't have magic. You have different fundamental laws of the universe.
We all innately know that this universe is very different than the one we came from. It has driven many of my species to madness, and I hesitate to mention this, and I hope that you will keep this information private as it's a security issue, but there are now confirmed reports...
We are not ones to gossip.
There are now confirmed reports of many of our species. Our scientists describe it as a breaking down of their existence. They describe it as this universe treating those of our species like a cancer, and that we are not of this universe, and we do not know what problems that may cause. Regardless, It has resulted in, shall we say, a stagnation like our species has never seen before. I have done the best I can to bring order and to rebuild, but I fear it is a great struggle, and my predecessor may not be as...
we honor you.
Indeed. I thank you for this, but my species is not like, I think, yours and the other ones we have met. All of our organization, all of our progress, it doesn't come from the group. I do not mean to suggest that my people are not inventive and courageous and industrious. They are, but our societal structure comes from strong-willed individuals. There have been much stronger ones in the past, but I have been capable enough to lead my species, and I have found no fitting heir. When there is not a strong leader in charge of our people, to put it simply, we collapse. It's a situation I grow very worried about as I grow older. I am now 93, upper middle age by my species, but still, we are already so close to a dark age, and I fear that it could become much worse.
May I share with you a secret in return?
Of course.
My current age is 90. People think I'm hundreds of years old.
You
Truth
are.
is, I inherited my status from my forefathers, and them from theirs, and so on and so forth. So, although our technology is vastly different, and as you say, the laws of physics may be completely different, we would be willing to offer you a, how do we say, a research agreement. We may share some of our findings with you, and if you are capable, we may be able to reverse engineer the technology. We've recently unlocked the secrets of our own flesh, being able to reshape ourselves into different forms. Perhaps that may be of assistance to you regarding your aging troubles.
That would be very useful. It's not an aging issue so much as a...
Research concluded.
Again, we're really not sure. The science labs that we have were mostly destroyed, and we're only beginning to rebuild our capacity for technological research right now, but the initial report suggests that the issue may be a quantum one, in that our quantum composition is slightly different than this universe's and creates problems. In that, again, we are very uncertain as to the issue, but the results are very clear. It is becoming more and more commonplace. We do fear that if this continues, it could result in our species being entirely annihilated if we're not careful. Which is why, again, I am pushing so hard now for the rebuilding of the great science cities that we used to have that defined our species.
A noble and understandable goal. Very well. Upon this day, we would like to make towards you a promise. Until you have rectified this situation, we are willing to provide you a defensive pact and a research agreement. That way you may study in peace, and maybe one day, once you are healthier, so to speak, as a nation and as a people, you will be able to return the favor in our darkest hour.
Of course. Again, as I said before, we were not used to dealing with friendly species. In our own universe, it was a much smaller galaxy. I'd say maybe a fourth of the size of this one from our initial reports. There was only one we met, the enemy, and they wanted nothing but our complete destruction. So, I will agree to this, but I will warn you, many of my people will not like this, as we are innately now, despite our nature, a distrustful species, due to our past experiences.
Very much understandable. But we must go. I'm receiving some sort of envoy about a galactic council.
As are we. This is very strange. We've gotten reports from species all over the galaxy.
Very well. We suggest that everyone join the galactic community.
Indeed. We'll send an envoy. At a roleplay, Quasi, I think we're going to do a galactic community meeting.
Okay. I gotta go now.
Voice changer. The galactic community just got founded, so we are going to be involved with that. For once, I'm not going to run one of these meetings, too, so we're going to just participate, which is lovely. Ooh, the Eternal Horizon.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to make sure everyone joins.
Oh boy. For those of you who play a lot of Stellaris, You're gonna know what we're about to find here. If it's what I think it is. It might be different in Spot. I think I know what this is. I could be wrong. I used to have, like, literally memorize, like, all the event changes in Stellaris, and I haven't anymore. I was jamming a D&D session last night. All it took was one natural 20 to throw my carefully planned large, legendary encounter down the train. I was a bit salty, not gonna lie. Natural 20s are, like, the innate destroyer of, like, GM cohesion. All of your carefully laid plans will be thrown out the window as soon as some fucking dumb idea results in a D20 being rolled. Getting a 20. Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah. You gotta be willing to use the power of your tyrannical nature as a DM to just say, no, you didn't get a 20.
Welcome, fair denizens of the galaxy. Unfortunately, many of you were unable to send representatives in time. However, for now, I simply wish to exchange my gracious hand towards you and offer you a chance to speak, should you desire. We understand that not everybody here proposed and agrees towards the founding of the galactic community, which personally I believe is a sign of madness and barbarism, but that is besides the point. Should you wish to address the galactic community as a whole, I suggest you send a message now, and we shall patch you through upon the main speakers.
I will speak. If the others do not mind.
But of course, of course. Once you have spoken your piece, another member shall join.
Of course. The galactic community. A trivial idea we have seen many, many cycles. At first, your community will be strong, will last 4 years. However, as the decades, the centuries pass, we are almost certain that this community will fall into a state of rampant corruption, be it through a large threat in this galaxy or out of this galaxy. Perhaps the community itself will collapse. However, perhaps this cycle will be different. Be it may, we, the Cerberus Protocol, are here to protect all empires and species of the galaxy from any galactic threats. If you see yourself in a situation where your species comes under an extinction level threat, please do not hesitate to come and speak to the great consciousness. That is all.
Certainly some inspiring words of doom and failure, but I'm sure we can take that in stride. Director Fawkes, I heard that you're apparently wishing to speak upon the matters?
Greetings. I am Dictator Faust. I lead the Arcala Divergency. We are a species not originally from this galaxy or even this universe or dimension, but we find ourselves here regardless. In our own history, we have known nothing but war, violence, pain, and destruction. But we are happy to find in this galaxy that things at least seem to be a little bit more civilized. Our recent introduction to our friends to the south, the Puck Assembly, have given many within the Divergency much hope to the future. But I came here to make a simple request. We wish to know how exactly it is that we find ourselves in the universe with you. There is an entity, a machine, known simply as Infinity, though I believe it also calls itself the Infinity Machine. It is of unknowable nature, and perhaps even infinite power. We met one in our own universe, and it has led us here. If anyone finds this entity, the Arcala Divergency would be willing to reward you with whatever you wish. Energy, credits, minerals, or anything else. It is important for the future of our species that we find this entity, as we have much to ask it. If you find it, we would be forever in your debt if you would make it known to us. Thank you.
Inspiring and kind words, friends. You honor us. I believe the Zeltex Swarm was next to request speech. We shall invite them up upon the council.
Thank you. Strange creatures in here. We finally found intelligent life. We haven't found life in 50 years at our space-faring nation. In our swarm, finally found life. But, first of all, I need to take all samples off of you, otherwise my warrior cast will kill you. So simply put it, that's how things work in our swarm. So, I ask everyone, each one of you, to take a small sample and give it to us. So, our warrior swarm will not kill you. Let's see what's a threat. Yes? Yes.
Let me get this straight. You've just threatened death upon every member of the galactic community lest they surrender their genetic code towards you.
No, not death to everybody. It's just if you enter our chambers and would be diplomatic, would enter diplomatic talks with us to each other, then my swarm will see you as a threat and immediately kill your ambassador.
Unfortunately, I've already received 3 messages from individuals refusing to provide such information. We suggest you keep your drones within check.
How do you also check? You see, our queen needs protection. And if protection fails, then our queen simply will just give out the kill order. There's nothing I can do. It's just how we genetically... That's how we are coded genetically anymore.
We shall continue this conversation later. Unfortunately, I believe this issue will require a full-scale meeting.
Oh. Well, they are dangerous.
To return to the crowd.
It reminds us of the enemy.
Oh, I'm sorry. The secret relations with each one of you. But genetic samples are mandatory. Unfortunately, you will enter any cost. At least half an hour until we can discuss this matter.
We should. I would like to make it clear now that I personally do not believe that anybody should be forced to provide a sample. Whilst the Swarm may disagree with me upon this, it is ultimately your choice. Kal Orang, believe that you wish to breach a topic towards the community?
Greetings. We are also not from this galaxy. We also find it interesting that none of our Lightbringer gods are here. We find this a bit downtrodden. The Lightbringers gave us meaning and understanding. We would hope that they would be in this galaxy, but alas, they are not. We would also like to state that if anyone has any space cows, please, we will ask you to send them our way. They are a delicacy for our race and our people. Other than that, we hope that you will all agree to trade and commerce. If this galactic community falls apart, the Tupacan Hive will prosper as the Lightbringers wished us to. That is all. I will now go back to playing with a dirt ball that I found.
I suppose everybody has their own interests. Yes, Kal Orang, you have spoken already, have you not? No, I'm very sorry. I'm still getting used to so many strange beasts out here. You wish to speak? We shall increase your volume.
Oh, I already spoke, I think.
My mistake, unfortunately. This has been quite a lot to deal with so many.
Yes, thank you.
Chief Sacranet, I believe you wished to... If so, now is your time.
I am the chief sacrosanct of the Firklush Sacred Union. We seek only to discover the beginners and their origin and their purpose for us. If anyone has any information of the beginners, also known as the Irasians, we wish to trade for such information. We also wish to begin the proposal of a conservation effort for the Yankee. We call them space jellies due to their softness, but they are beautiful creatures to our culture, and we wish to make sure they are safe.
Advisor, be sure to hide the logs in recent combat training. Oh, my microphone's still on. Yes, a wonderful idea. A wonderful idea. Have you anything else to speak? Otherwise, I believe the Andari Forge wishes to address the galactic community next.
We only wish to say one final thing, that we wish that all peoples of the galaxy have the ability to worship when and how they please. If you do anything to prevent that, there will be words. And that is all for now.
An admirable goal. Now, we shall be lowering your senses, as I believe the Andari Forge wishes to speak next.
Don't think we've met them yet. Nope, we have.
Okay. Hello, members of the galactic community. It is a great triumph that we are able to all be brought together here in such haste from the far reaches of the galaxy. We look forward, of course, to further cooperation and commerce between nations. However, we would like to stress the importance that we have noticed various L gates throughout we have called L gates throughout this galaxy. And if you do contain something you've identified as one of these L gates, we would implore you to come and contact us about scientific discoveries these may behold. Other than that, we look forward to further cooperation with members from across the galaxy.
Beautiful.
Goodbye.
No big deal. I know that name. I think you're from the Discord, right?
Magnificent. A collective focused on obtaining the sciences of the galaxy. What more could be an altruistic goal? If none
thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Galactic community, I believe this adjourns the first meeting.
Look, you're a simp.
No?
I'm gonna have to report you back to Kiska.
Alrighty. First galactic community meeting. Very interesting group of species. Not all of them were there too. A couple refused to attend, so. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. How's it going, dude? Alright, so. Generally speaking, after this meeting, Dictator Faust is going to go home very perplexed. Again, for the last several hundred years of our history, we have been defined by nothing but war, violence, and purifier species. When we are transported into a strange universe, many...
Situation log update.
Ooh, there's the order of the Sejikar. Many would have seen this galaxy as potentially being dangerous as well, because it's much bigger. But what we found is not always very friendly species, but ones who are not as aggressive and hostile as what we knew in the past. And as such, we need to reevaluate our purpose. The dictatorship has been built around necessity. and out of fear. But that has resulted in us prioritizing our military, building space stations to protect our borders, and a fleet to defend us. And as such, we have fallen behind economically and scientifically. So we have to begin to ask ourselves, is this the future that we want? Perhaps, perhaps not. I'm gonna write out a quick roleplay statement real quick. Dictator, Faust, log, infantry. I return home from the Galactic Community meeting, feeling lost. I have lived my whole life doing the necessary things to protect my people's future. But that has always been nothing but survival. I don't think we remember anything other than this. Once, long ago, we had dreams of living amongst these stars and pursuing our curiosities and adventure. Yet the enemy took that from us. Now we are defined by war, suffer. I am growing old. My time will come all too soon. And with no great heir, I must ask why this system must continue. Dictators were created to help our species fight its innate urge to rebel, to cooperate only when required. You feel something try to call you from your mind. Do you answer or do you not? 1 second. Let's think on this. We're getting a telepathic communication. Faust answers it. This is a dictatorship, Earth. We just got a, I think a psychic communication from someone.
Is this a house or BB cards out?
I can barely understand you, being. I think I'm having a mental breakdown right now.
Are you the ones that...
Another scientific breakthrough.
The ones that what?
broke the dimensions. If you break the dimensions.
Out of roleplay Herald, I can barely understand you. I don't know if that's intentional.
Receiving transmission. Construction project concluded.
We are the Husakari. We are the favored servants of Shia the Void, the All-Seeing, ever-knowing and above all vengeful supreme being that serves lords over space. It was she that bade us give our ancestral planetary home eons ago and take up residence in her Atimnu domain, the cold depths of space, so that we can hunt unbelievers and appease her through sacrifice. Alas, the doctrinal waves, wars have sapped our strength, and we now are a divided people, struggling to divine the true path. She would have us walk, yet her favor can be won through the destruction of alien heretics, even at the behest of other heretics. Thus, many of our warriors are willing to fight your battles for a price. We found what our friends to the south spoke of. The Reavers.
Are your people not absent in the dimensions?
If you mean that we are not from this dimension, then yes, that is true. We are lost in a strange universe.
When you came here, you broke many dimensions.
We have suspected this, but it was not of our own choosing.
It has taken us a long time to find you.
Are you of this universe or another being?
Yes. I am of this universe, of this galaxy.
Were you sent by Infinity?
No. All people can traverse through these dimensions.
You know how to travel between dimensions. Perhaps then you can help us find our way home.
We believe that when you came here, it caused the disconnection of our transcendence.
I do not understand.
We believe that when you arrived, it was the same time one of our most powerful builders of the Arcala came out. He was corrupted. He killed many of us. And we had to put him down.
Have you been able to destroy him? Whatever this entity is?
It was one of us. He was corrupted by creatures in the dimensions. We killed him. This happened long ago.
If you know how to traverse dimensions, you must tell us how to do so. This is not our universe. Every single one in my species knows it. We feel it in our core. We must find our way home. We left many behind.
We would be willing to fix this, perhaps, but it would require some of your people coming to our home world.
How many people?
A dozen of you who experience this dimensional absence.
There are beginning to be less and less of us who made the initial jump. It has been decades since we got here. Many of the old generation are gone now.
Initializing hostile engagement.
Perhaps descendants of those, if it is still something you wish to fix.
I'm sure there would be many of the originals who would be willing to travel to your lands. Are they far from our borders?
Light years. Light years back.
Construction project complete.
Our planet is very dangerous and very hot. What is your name? Who am I speaking to?
I am Protector Faust. I am the dictator, the chosen legend of my species.
Perhaps we can open a sect of one of our groups on your home world.
A sect?
Travel would be easier between our worlds.
What does this entail?
Yes. Ambassadors. Our ambassadors will visit you.
Does this put my people in any sort of danger to do so?
We do not believe so.
If you know anything about traveling between dimensions and universes, then we have no choice. We do not know if there are any of our people still left in our home. But if we can try and find them, we must. I agree.
Perhaps those who would come to our world would also need to learn how we live. Would they be willing?
What do you mean by that?
They would need to learn our ways.
Why would they need to learn your ways?
The energy that flows within our people allows us to do this. We were born with it. We are not given this. It is in our blood. For them to heal, then we need to learn.
This would help us to find a way home.
We will establish these ambassadors as soon as we can.
They are all volunteers. If we would find people willing to do so, I would agree.
We will be in contact with you.
Very well. Goddamn. So that was the second conversation we had with the chosen one, I guess, who is from the Order of the Sejakar.
Faust, are you there for a brief chat?
Ah, yes. What can I do for you?
We simply wish to thank you for your kind words within the galactic community. It's nice to see that our actions are acknowledged, to say the least.
Of course. We are still very mistrustful, but I'm of the belief that to survive in this universe, we must find friends. Something none of us, I think, ever expected. And you have proven our old beliefs of aliens to be incorrect, much to our joy.
You honor us, friends. You truly do. Say, would you be willing to allow us to send over certain vats of tinctures and ointments? They may be able to remedy your situation. We certainly hope so, at least.
The dimensional shifting?
Perhaps. If perfectly honest, this is more of a publicity move, collective.
Ah, I understand. It's important to do such things. I would agree, of course.
Yes, if you're willing to accept them, they should be around 4,000 consumer goods. In exchange, we will happily share our current research with you in a research agreement.
That would be agreeable.
Wonderful. Do give me a second. I'm hearing something about the Grunar and the Baul.
I know nothing of what you speak of.
Supposedly some
enhancements supplied.
Twisted abomination of meat that used to be a sentient species in the galaxy.
I do have a question for you, Geomancer.
Of course.
Have you heard of the Order of the Sejakar?
Research concluded.
Doesn't ring any bells, even within my great intellect. Why do you ask?
I had a very strange occurrence several weeks ago. There was an entity that contacted me through my mind, which I suppose makes me understand that you were not joking and that such technologies that surpass science do exist, or whatever this may be. This entity contacted me from across the galaxy and made it clear that their species knows of how we got here and wishes to try and help us find our way home. We were just curious to see if you'd ever heard of them, as frankly, the possibility of getting home is impossible not to agree to, but we are worried about what these creatures may be.
Do be careful.
Indeed.
I've heard.
Shipwreck study.
Well,
Fascinating.
one thing should always be taken into account when dealing with an outsider. A smile may taste of bitter almonds. It is a warning.
Receiving transmission.
You understand?
I do. But you must also understand that the possibility of getting home is one we cannot say no to.
Of course.
We left most
Very
of our
well.
people in the other universe.
Construction project.
And the enemy, they were at our doorstep when we left. We fear that there may be none left, but if there are any, we must attempt to go home.
Very well. We shall offer our support to you should worst come to light.
We thank you.
On a unrelated and purely bureaucratic note, our current leaders of our fleets have been getting rather antsy. They wish to test their skills. Most of what we've been doing is practicing against the local Tianki, which, as I'm sure you can understand given the recent Galactic Community meeting, may not be an available possibility anymore.
Indeed.
Would you be willing to allow us to travel through your systems to take care of that fleet over the ocean world? We should be able to match them blow for blow by now.
Yes, but we would wish to our fleet to also engage, as they are in need of experience.
But of course. We shall meet your fleets aside Norgan. I
Very
believe
well.
that's the star?
Norgon, yes. We are currently returning our fleet after engaging with some of the Tianki, and once it's repaired, we will have our fleet over there.
Yes. I truly cannot understand why anyone would want to keep the things alive. If anything, they're a pest.
They are very interesting, but we do not hold them as sacred as perhaps other species do.
Yeah, something can be fascinating and still a pain in the arse, if you'll excuse the
That
term of
is
phrase.
very true.
Yeah, no. To be honest, that's how I thought of you when we first met.
Construction project complete.
I will try not to find insult in that. But I suppose we saw nothing but our enemy's face in your eyes when we first met you. There were many within the Admiralty who demanded an immediate invasion, but they were drowned out by reason.
Wonderful to hear. Very well, we shall move our fleets at once.
We will see
When
you
are
there
ready
soon.
to strike, simply issue the command and we shall begin moving our fleets alongside yours.
Wonderful. We will meet you there.
Very well.
The entity is called Advertising. What's up, Tingle? What's up, Amanon? Amanon, dog, what is up? Hope you are well, my man. Let's see, we have around an hour of this game left. We are in the final stretch here. Sarjuk crowned on Karkar Gaslim. An immensely powerful Kushari psychic has seized control of the Order of Sajakar. This immortal being, referred to in Husk Whispers as the Chosen One by her followers, was crowned on Karakar Gaslim in a lavish ceremony this morning. A communique celebrating the eternal rule of the Sanjuk bounty, Hyamar, has sent out to all interstellar governments shortly thereafter. That's the entities that we made contact with. That's worrying. That is very worrying.
Situation log updated. Research concluded. Special project concluded.
We will go for influential knowledge. We need to start work on unifying the species within our borders more, since we are so disunited, both our own species and the one that we have also incorporated. We're finally also catching up a little bit on tech, so we are, with the help of our friends to the south, being able to catch up a little bit. Enough. A very large fleet.
Research concluded.
We are going to upgrade and repair ours, and then we'll send our own fleet. We're really behind on military tech. We haven't just not gotten those techs available to us, unfortunately. We're materialists, so we'll go for artificing. That's the curators. We are going to start to cooperate with them. So our species is beginning to become more and more open to aliens. Again, we're a naturally sympathetic species, so we are innately, like, open to alien species. But the only reason we aren't is because of, obviously, our past circumstances in the old universe. So we are learning to, I will not say trust aliens, but not hate them.
Situation log updated.
Other species are delicious. You'd like the Zeltic Swarm. They have a similar conception of aliens. Good. We're getting a much bigger naval capacity. We're gonna build another anchorage here too.
Research concluded.
We need to work on getting our military back up. A lot of the reason we don't have a strong military is due to technology, but a lot is also we just need to build a bigger one. So we're gonna build anchorages and massively upgrade the fleet. Star Fortress. No. We'll do cruisers. Oh, we just lost our scientist. That's unfortunate. And we get a genius. Isa Awoloa.
Construction project concluded.
Let's see if there's been any big diplo. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Research concluded. System survey concluded. Special project concluded. Construction project concluded. Construction project concluded.
What's up, Dolphin? Attack the robots? Not that I'm aware of. We're not in a war, are we? No, thankfully not.
System survey
All right.
concluded.
The readied shield. Numerian Protectors. Another child, know that we are the Numerian Protectors, the chosen people of this galaxy. Respect our holy places, and we may refrain from annihilating you. Alright, so we've found both stagnant ascendancies now. An idea for a note for the mod, but I want you to know if you think it's a good idea. Yeah, sure. Oh, there is a Galactic Community meeting going on right now. Let's go join that. I think? Yeah, there's not. Or is there? We paused, so I assume there must be one going on. Ah! There's one? Yes, there is. Cool. Yeah, that would be good to do, Jicky. All right, so the ready shield is on the floor. The universe is a dangerous place, and all members of the community should be ready to defend against their worlds, whether it be against pirate space creatures or the unknown. Oh, we'll want to comment on this one. We have personal experience with not having a strong fleet, so we'll talk about our own experience.
Hey guys, non-RP thing here, just going to say this now so we can get it out of the way and I can make a few things clear. We're not going to be doing this every single time a resolution needs to be passed, because obviously that's going to drain away our psyches. It's literally only going to be for ones that are like a 50-50 split. Like, I think like 4 different things have already been put forward. Yeah. Literally, it's just going to be for this one specifically, because it's like a 50-50 split. Yeah, it's about, don't click anything yet. Yeah. Shady. Forge, you have the most diplomatic weight, and you are the most for it. So, if possible, I'm going to get you up here to talk about why you think we should.
Check DMs. I need to rethink it.
Oh,
I'll go up in a sec. I just think of what to say.
Okay, no worries. Okay, in that case, Emperor, Cerebrus Protocol. Hello, you there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Cerebrus Protocol. You're the next highest person with the Go 4 ready shield.
Isn't even attacking there. I guess it's the ball.
Hit the wrong button.
We must allow this readied shield to pass, specifically because of our visions of the past. In the past cycles, allowing one's fleet to go unchecked, specifically without the Galactic Senate's protection, causes many issues, especially once we reach the point where fleets become larger than life, with thousands upon thousands of fleets existing in the future. we will eventually need this readied shield to help keep the galaxy safe from these internal threats, as well as external threats. However, I can see the reason for why some empires do not wish this to pass. They wish to remain incredibly strong militarily, which could provide a even greater threat moving forward. That is all.
Very well.
Thank you for the raid, Comrade Truck. Thank you, man. How's it going? Appreciate it, dude. What's up, guys? I'm Hammurabae. I'm a roleplay streamer. We're doing a roleplay game of Stellaris right now, which is gotten pretty crazy already, and we're currently in a galactic community meeting, so it's being roleplayed out. We're doing speeches right now, but I appreciate it, man.
From the
love your stuff, dude. Huge fan. Thank you so much.
Openly harvest us.
I saw you streaming, and I was gonna raid you when this was done, actually. That's funny. But yeah, appreciate it, man.
Hello. Alright, just a quick PSA for everyone. He did actually have a speech prepared, it's just that his headset just died. So,
Oh yeah, Julius. I definitely really like it. Stellaris roleplay is so good. I'm not as comfortable with it as other games, though. I'm more comfortable with like E4 and Hoi4 roleplay, but Stellaris roleplay is great.
Who wield ungodly and unscientific powers. We believe that it's every empire's duty and right to arm themselves, so we can collectively defend
Have a good night, man.
from evil. We also would like to point out that there's been numerous contacts, reported contacts with races and their races between other.
I can give you a breakdown of the objectives very clearly. It's in the document that we have for our species. That's the backstory, the lore, and our objectives are in there as well if you would like them. We came from another universe and we're trying to find our way home. That's the main objective.
Adverse characters may come to do us harm. Thank you.
a noble goal, but not one we can all agree with. I cannot believe I am saying this, but would the swarmling, still munching half of a space bovine please turn his microphone on? I believe they wish to speak.
Oh yes, sorry, it's very delicious. Anyway, yes, we believe that we've already potentially nearly faced one crisis our hive has. Why should we, despite the fact that the Tulakan hive is willing to pay this tax, if you will, on fleet, it will not stop us from expanding our fleets, for you see, this law is also flawed. It also allows us to increase our naval capacity, which I think you will be
yes, it is. Yeah. 11 pages, I think.
You will allow, especially our hives, to double their naval output. But, of course, at a great cost, one of which we can afford, thanks to our great forge worlds that we have. Anyway, I will go back to consuming this lovely delicacy. I will bid my farewell.
Tianki space whales are a delicacy in there.
I personally believe that somehow the space bovine munching insectoid has made the best point so far. Alright, there are 2 more speakers, I believe, and then I will be making my pitch. Fox, I believe you were the one next to put forward your...
Thank you, my friends. I wish to speak on this as my own species. As you know, we do not come from this universe, but came from a much darker one filled with nothing but violence and suffering. In our earliest days, we went to the stars with hope. We imagined alien species much like we find in this one, those at least open to cooperation and cultural exchange. But what we found was nothing but hostility. The enemy came with us with everything they had, and from our conception of spaceflight, we did nothing but attempt to hold them back. This universe is very different. It is filled with species that at least seek some cooperation. But I will say that our species once found ourselves without a readied shield, a fleet ready to defend our homeworlds from an enemy that we did not expect. We can never know what will come against us, in this universe, in this galaxy, or from any other. Therefore, the Arcala Divergency will be maintaining a large fleet of its own, and we implore all these species, the galactic community, to accept this proposal. We never know what exists out there in the darkness of space. We all like to think that we have the power to defend ourselves, but you may come one day to a situation like we did, when hope is lost and you find yourself unable to protect those you love. We hope that you learn from our own experiences and our own pain. That is all.
A fine and noble speech. I believe the other swarm wishes to speak. Alright, let's get
these guys right here. Them, the Zoltic.
We are outrageous by hostility against our swarm here. But anyway, my queen has sent me to say this. We do not believe, we do not want a hostile empire, a hostile galaxy. Therefore, we are against this Valiant Shield Act. We believe that a large fleet will only lead to conflict, and a large conflict could engulf our empire, and that would mean that our queen will go offline and this dreaded swarm intelligence will come online and
beautiful, Jeff.
All. So, I remind you that for the sake of the galaxy and for the sake of your survival, you do not vote for this act. Thank you.
You know, when I first came to this community today, I fully expected to be fighting well against this proposal. But to be perfectly honest, Fawkes' suggestion has swayed me. They themselves are a fundamental proof of the need for a defensive force. I would like to change my vote. I will be voting in agreement with the Valiant Shield Act, and I highly suggest each of you do so as well. If no one else wishes to speak, we shall resume voting. No? Wonderful. Alright, final thing, I just thought I'd get like a vague check from everyone. Is this how you guys want this to go? Like, if it's like a 50-50 split? Or would you prefer we only do it for like special ones, like forming the Galactic Council, stuff like that?
I mean, why not do it for all of them? I mean, it's just more interesting that way.
Yeah, well, if we do it for all of them, then we're going to have 97 repeal XYZ.
Yeah, we would need to like do it for only the big ones, because these go by so quickly that it would be a waste.
Yeah,
it would be a waste of everyone's time to roleplay the
How?
whole
I
thing.
mean, they're once every couple of years, right? Is that soon, or how often is it?
It takes a year to pass a resolution, and there's a 1 year downtime between them. But like, we've already gone through 4 things.
So how do we want to define an important one worth like one of these meetings then? Like,
I would say if someone actively asks to call a galactic meeting, or if it's like, they form Galactic Council, find a custodian, declare a crisis, stuff like that.
Sounds good.
Does that sound fair to everyone?
Yeah, that sounds fine. Yeah, good.
And we also have to be a little bit considerate about the people who are not part of the community. They can't be paused for so long.
Good point, actually. I feel really bad about that now. Shit.
It is most of the galaxy.
Okay, good.
I mean, are they still here to listen or not?
A couple. I think they all are actually.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, it would be public anyways, wouldn't it?
If you want specifically to put forward a proposal, DM me and I'll put a little announcement out letting people know. If it's going to be one of the big ones like nominate a custodian or form the Galactic Council, I'll just do that anyways.
Sounds good.
Does that sound fair to everyone?
Sounds
Yep.
good to me.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, everyone, bimble off to your little section of the galaxy then.
I just have one thing for you real quick before you go, Froggy.
Yes.
If it does come to it, the Fairclish will definitely be wanting to do that for the Tianki Conservation Act.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's honestly fair enough because you're trying to.
Alright, we're gonna go back to our own channel. It looks like it was agreed upon, so they are going to do the readied shield, which requires obviously everyone to maintain a, not a huge military, but a somewhat significant one, which will be obviously very for, given our history. So again, generally speaking, we are getting closer and closer to the Celtic Swarm. These are our biggest threat, as Samurai just asked. They're not explicitly hostile, but they are a hive mind, and they've made it clear that if you don't give them genetic material, which they demand of you, they are hostile and will attack. So if you basically don't want to be their enemy, you have to agree to give them your genetic material, which they haven't said what it's for, and they've refused to say what it's for. So obviously we're not going to do that. So very dangerous. We are moving more into the southern reaches of our quadrant of the galaxy, and as such, we're getting closer and closer to them, which is dangerous. In between us and them do lie the Numarian protectors, who are holy guardians, so that could make it a little bit more less dangerous, but regardless, they are the biggest threat. Frankly, our friends are also nearby, which are the Puck Assembly, who we have begun to cooperate with very heavily, despite our innately, I wouldn't say isolationist tendencies, but distrust of alien species. Also, we do have 40 minutes left of this game, just heads up, so we are getting semi-close to the end of today's session. We will continue, of course, next Friday, though. These are all going to be on Fridays from now on. Friday is our Stellaris day in the server now. Our tech has really gone up a lot. We really stagnated in terms of technology for a while, which I did purposely for the roleplay. Because when we had our capital world transported to this universe in this galaxy, the science worlds were the... sorry, not science worlds. The science cities in our capital were the first to burn during the riots and during the collapse of, basically, civilization on our homeworld. So it's taken us a long time to rebuild. We've been so focused on getting the food to survive, the minerals to maintain even a small armada, that we haven't been able to prioritize science, and we are beginning to do so again. Noble, named after the greatest of the legends of our species, has become a very advanced science world and is making us catch up very quickly, along with the research pack that we have built with the Puck Assembly, who are very advanced. We also have a defensive alliance with them, so basically we had to completely rebuild from ground zero, and it's taken a long time, but we're finally close to being able to do so. As Izians, we have successfully cloned a healthy population of gargantuan slugs from the fossilized DNA. They reached maturity within weeks, weighing up to 20 tons, and have developed a primitive level of sapience. Responding to a simple one-syllable command, though they have yet to show any violent tendencies, they produce a thick, toxic mucus when vexed, and their hue seems to shift with their mood. The research team has named them as Zizians, for the hissing sounds with which they communicate among themselves.
Construction project concluded.
We'll make them into laborers. The machine stirs ancient mechanisms cloaked, clanking behind the smooth facade. After which whirring, buzzing, and dramatic pause, a metallic panel slides back and the ship's size cylinder rolls out of the machine. The cylinder contains a liquid most foul, a once delicious nutrient, long spoiled by time. By studying the substance, our scientists hope to learn about the biology of the aliens who once delighted in it, assuming we can do something about the smell first. Secrets of life. What's that? Ah, okay. Society research. Nice. Army slugs. I did not do that. I turned them into laborers. We are transitioning away from like the fiercely militaristic culture we had in the beginning. We are still militaristic, but our society is changing very quickly due to us having allies now, because by nature we're not violent and militaristic. So next session I'm basically going to probably roleplay the internal conflicts that could result in the destruction of the dictatorship. We won't do that this session, though. Dictator Faust himself is, like, explicitly... Bioconstruct? What the fuck? I Do not know what that was, but all right. Hmm. We've done most of our research projects at this point. It appears that the asteroid LK-12 and the surrounding debris originate from a former planet. Deep within the center of the asteroid, we can find traces of extremely valuable alloys. Nice. I thought we got the Horizon signal of InChain, but we didn't. I don't think so. Eternal Horizon is the curators instead. It was for laborers. Yeah, you're right, Dolphin. There was a time I played so much Stellaris, I literally knew all these event chains. Oh, fuck. Faust is dead. Protector Faust died at 104.
Construction project concluded.
Alright, it's the end. That's the end of an era. It was Dictator Faust who basically presided over the end of the War of the Enemies and our transition to our new universe. He has very big shoes to fill.
Fleet enhancement supplied.
If we go with Chang, if Chang's elected, he's the leader of the labor unions. He would move towards away from the dictatorship. If Chang gets it, we won't be a dictatorship anymore. Who are these other guys? Let's see, because they're all leaders. Fuck. Okay. We're gonna do this a little early. We're gonna roleplay the end of the dictatorship. I need to write something out, and then we're gonna reform government. Tao Cheng is the leader of, he was the leader of our labor rights network. They're the one in the roleplay that have been pushing for us to return to the old Confederacy system before the dictatorship. Since he was elected after the death of Dictator Faust, we are going to reform into an oligarchy. I'll need to write out a post about this. 1 second. Let me set all these first, and then we'll go work on that. Because it'll take a minute for me to write this out. Do we have any other dig sites? No, we don't. No more excavations. We'll go put them on a long one. No, our species doesn't do democracy culturally. We've never had democracy. Because if you read the lore, you'll see that, like, basically, our species only, like, cooperates and only works when there's, like, really strong individuals in charge. The Confederacy, which was, like, the most powerful of, like, the early, like, groups in our civilization species, they were always an oligarchy. There's never been democracy in the history of our species, and if there was, it just wouldn't function. It's not how our species operates. Psychologically, it just doesn't work. What do we need? We have enough for it. We're gonna go away from the Admiralty, too.
Research concluded. System survey concluded. Construction project concluded.
What would we go to instead? Hold up personality would still remain. And we are a pure meritocracy, so that would make sense. Alright. We're down on our Becky. So I'm going to write out a post for it. Do that right now. We also got tagged in a roleplay statement. Oh, fuck. I forgot. We promised to send a fleet to fight with them. But I sent it. Oh, they're both there. Alright, we'll send the fleet as promised. Okay, let's write out the post. I will screen share too so you guys can see it. End of an era. End of... It's not even an era. The end of Arcala. How to title this?
Another day, another scientific break.
We'll go in there. Make sure we actually have a science
Construction project concluded.
going. That's okay. Why not labor unions when he's the party leader of the union rights? It's more complicated than that. I'll get to it. All right. Today, the great legend Alexander Faust has gone to the ancestors. It was in the most trying of times. Our great leader was the figure which allowed us to survive an annihilation. Getting notifications.
System survey concluded. Situation log updated.
Our species was at war for almost 200 years. In that Cold War, or it wasn't even Cold War, in that war, we found our deepest identity lost. The Arcalans are not a violent species. We never sought war or violence. In our early days, we had nothing but hope, only to have it replaced with despair. Declan Noble did the only thing possible to have us survive. He took away our freedoms, but replaced them with salvation. We will always honor the protectors. Yet in our new universe, we find no need for them. In his final hours, Dictator Faust called for... What's the name of our new leader?
Construction project concluded.
Oh, we just lost another leader. Our Princip just died. Called for the reformers, and on his deathbed, demanded the end of the dictatorship. Our history and systems are born of nothing but pain. In a new universe, let it not define us. His last words stand as an eternal reminder that the past must not always define the future. As our great hero left his mortal coil, the Divergency declared the dictatorship annulled. In its place, the old systems of Confederation will replace it. And the will of its people shall be heard. The ability to defend our people will never be given away. But we are more than our past. Let this day bring in, usher in a new era. All right, let me get up. a good picture to go with it.
Hello, Dictator Fask.
Out of roleplay, 1 second, just finishing up a post. I'll go with this one. Solid. Those are multi-species now. Hello there. Faust is dead. As too is the dictatorship. The Arcalans find themselves in a new era. Who am I speaking with? Did he leave? He left. Oh well. Feel sorry for your fingers? Corporate government type and have the slaver trade that literally have people slaving away in your offices. Sounds like capitalism. All right, we are now an oligarchy. The Confederacy has come back. We now have Princip Isa Awolowo, who is destroyer focused and frontier spirit. So we're gonna look to expand a lot. The new Confederacy, the new Arcala Divergency will focus on expansion, the colonization of new worlds. Oh, those are the slugs we have. Very strong. We have a lot of credits. Is this regime going to be more accepting of other races? The other one was too. We're an egalitarian species, so we're very open to aliens. We are multi-species now. We had the species that we conquered out of necessity, and then we have the species that we just adopted. We've got the Arcalans, we've got the Albanians, and now we have the Azizians. Alright, let's go talk with those guys who wanted to talk with us. The Alzizians, not Albanians. Let's go see where they went.
Research concluded.
Hello there.
Hello again, Dictator Fask.
Dictator Faust is no more.
Oh. Apologies.
You were speaking with Princip Isa of the newly formed Confederacy of Arcala.
Yes. I've heard information that you have a L gate in within your vicinity. Is this correct?
An L gate?
Yes.
What is this L gate you speak of?
Well, we don't know its exact origins. We've seen them scattered along the galaxy, and they consist of high amounts of energy. Something that we've frankly not seen any other empire currently able to reproduce. So this is of great interest to
I believe
us.
you may be mistaken unless I'm not seeing it. We have a wormhole within our borders, which we have not explored yet, but out of roleplay, where's the L-gate?
The Arcala Diversity. That's you, right? Divergency.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Well, we were told that it is in near two black hole systems deep within your territory. We were told this by the Pluck Assembly, who openly referred us to talk to you about this.
I am just simply not seeing the L gate. Unless I'm just not seeing it.
That's okay. Potentially you are yet to discover it. However, if you do come in contact with it, we implore you to please contact us, as we
Is it up in? Oh, I know where it is. We have yet to properly.
Well, we are trying to ensure that these are protected by empires we deem unworthy of possessing such power. However, you are not one of those empires, so we would just like to confirm if that L-gate is there, and if so, we can potentially cooperate in ensuring their protection, as we are unsure whether these are connected or individual.
We know nothing of these L-gates you speak of, but if they are as powerful and potentially dangerous as you say, we would be willing to cooperate with your species to determine their exact nature.
I appreciate your cooperation, and as a gesture of goodwill, we shall leave some alloys from our renowned factories.
That is a very kind offer, and we will of course accept.
Well, as always, may the forges burn bright.
Indeed. So apparently there's an L-gate up here. We just haven't found it yet. All right, we gotta go talk to our friends because we've been promising a mutual invasion with them for a while. Where is he at?
Greetings.
Greetings. Head Geomancer, I am...
about the passing of Mr. Faust. He was a fantastic man.
Our great protector helped to lead us away from annihilation, and we will always honor him alongside our greatest ancestors. As you all know, we no longer follow the dictatorship and militaristic government of the past. We've reformed into our old form of government, the Confederacy system. One which values artistic excellence, technological advancement, and curiosity above simple martial prowess. I believe that there was a promise made to your species to fight alongside you in the Zarim system to the north, and we have dispatched our fleet there.
Not to the Zarim system, but towards the Polaris.
Ah, Polaris.
Right, just directly north of it.
Very well, we will begin to send our fleets.
May I ask of your name at this current point? I'm unaware of who I'm currently speaking with.
I am Prince Abisa. I am the leader of the Council of the Confederacy.
It is an utter honor to meet you. And
Yes,
I
well.
hope you know that in recent announcements we have brought forth, we have intended to rename our primary agricultural and spiritual area of our empire, the planet of Boibos, New Land of Hope. It was the first colony we ever had. It holds a special place within our hearts. We've elected to rename it Faust, Leader Through Bindings.
That is
A great man deserves
surprising and great honor. We will always honor him as well. He sits equal to even Declan Noble, the greatest of our ancestors. You do us great honor by this action, and we will not forget it.
Good men deserve good results, and he was much more than just good.
There is nothing more noble, nothing more grand, and nothing more worthwhile than helping to define a generation and provide an example for all generations to come. Men such as him, they are what makes existence worthwhile and meaningful.
Precisely. Now, we must ride. I believe we have a battle to win.
We do indeed.
Our ships are currently set to follow yours. When you are ready, we shall join you in battle.
Very well.
Yep, out of RP, the game's gonna last like 15 minutes more.
Yes. Yeah, we got
So it's
14
literally
minutes.
we're just gonna axe this fucking this
Hell yeah.
these poor cruisers defending an ocean world, and then
Construction project concluded.
Oh, you got scout from that. Nice. Oh, my Admiral got the scout trait.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. I've got a bunch of different designs. I've got 4 classes at the moment. Biomancer, which is like a healing ship. Thermomancer, which is just like I've strapped a bunch of nukes to a bunch of.
Oh god, I'm getting
corvettes.
slaughtered. I went in a little too quick.
Don't worry, you can retreat if you need.
We don't retreat.
Construction project concluded.
I don't edit Stellaris ships in roleplay games. As like a point.
Not to either, but I figured that with the fact of all of my people being like super specialized to do certain jobs, specifically with their abilities, that like I kind of had to, you know.
There's apparently something very odd on that ocean world that they were protecting.
Well, I suggest you get searching then.
Indeed.
It is your land after all.
I'll send a science ship up here immediately.
I should warn you, the Forge, that strange collective. During recent diplomatic hearings, unfortunately due to a slight slip-up, they have found out about the existence of the L-Gate within Light's End.
We were contacted by them not long ago, and although they seem somewhat friendly, they made it clear that they don't, as to put it in their own words, allow unworthy species to hold it, which is worrying to us.
Strange. They informed us that the only unworthy species they'd found so far were the hive minds and that strange Shroud Walker collective.
Again, they made no threats to us, but their words were very worrying.
Yes, worthy of concern.
Indeed.
Very well. I believe...
You wish to engage with a fleet to the south, the Zareem, as well?
I see no particular reason why not.
Very well.
Let me ready when you are ready to set flight.
Actually, my fleet really needs to be reinforced, so I think I'm going to go repair it, so we will do that perhaps later.
Yeah, we'll probably do that next session.
Sounds good. Hello there!
I need to upgrade all my stuff.
Hello.
Who am I?
Speaking with the Arcala Divergency.
You are speaking with the recently reformed Confederacy of Arcala.
I see. My queen did create me to specifically speak with you. I'm a drone that will just speak.
So we are speaking with your queen then?
Yes.
Gentlemen, may I make a slight suggestion? You are currently within my communications channel.
Oh,
I would
yes, that's
suggest
true.
that you form your own one, as I'm unable to leave at this current.
Hello again.
Hello there.
Speaking with Queen. I came to inform you that we have got a hold of some of your and we thank you for your contribution.
You've gotten a hold of what?
We got a hold on one of your pops for genetic sampling.
How did you get a hold on one of our people?
Just say we have our ways to convince people.
Out of roleplay, did you actually get a pop, or is it roleplay?
It was roleplay.
Okay, yeah.
How was it? It's not like an asset like from me.
I understand. I just want to make sure because I was like, am I on this? Do I have species on the slave market? What the fuck? But no, okay. Well, that was not without the consent of the council. I can assure you of that. We would ask that you immediately return our pop and our people to our own borders safely.
This is not possible. This particular being has been assimilated already, and we now have your whole genetic code.
Assimilated?
Quite interesting.
Research concluded.
What do you mean by that exactly? We are not a species like yours. Every single one of our species is an individual and equally valued within the Confederacy of Arcala. If you attack one, you attack all.
This wasn't an attack.
To take away and incorporate, as you say, sounds like an attack to me.
This is not an attack to you. It was just done so we can finally speak with you. Otherwise our queen would have just killed your ambassadors over and over.
System
We made no attempts to contact you, and we had not planned on doing so. Let me say it again. Return the Vilutarian that you have to our borders immediately, or else we will see it as an act of aggression.
We can't anymore. This being decided to stay with us, and now is part of the swarm.
Decided? That doesn't sound like he decided anything.
He decided. He is now part of the Celtic swarm. And we are now able to also create your species, if you wish, as our own. You have a quite impressive physique, we have to say. But we can't hear your call. We can't answer your call to return this individual.
If you cannot return them, we have nothing to say.
This is quite unfortunate.
Indeed it is.
I hope, though, that
you
will...
remind me of a species we knew not so long ago. And we know how to deal with such types.
You're threatening my swarm.
You threatened us when you take away the sovereignty of one of our people, in our culture, and in our species. That is an act without justification, without moral cause, and without any hope of redemption.
In our culture, every species has the right to join our species. We do not force anybody. We just tell them that
You will
it's better
forgive
to
me
live
if I
to
do
ourselves.
not believe you in your suggestion that one of our species willingly join your swarm, as you call it.
You don't even know us. How can you make such assumptions?
I don't, and I don't think we wish to.
That's quite unfortunate. Very well then, if you wish. You know, we have a lot of resources and you could profit from us. But instead you choose to be hostile to us.
With the rights dictated to me by the Council of Arcala, I brand the Celtic Swarm an enemy of the Divergency. It is our duty to protect all those who would have their rights taken away. We honor the sacred duty of our ancestors and declare you an enemy. You are not welcome in our systems, and you will see any moves towards us as an act of aggression, and we will respond accordingly.
Anomaly.
You see, you are risking bringing this dreaded storm intelligence in power if you threaten our swarm. Let me tell you.
May you have no legends of your species. May you reach no gain through competence. May your species be nothing but shallow husks. And may existence itself reject the very notion of your existence.
System survey concluded.
Show you something real quick. Let me touch your mind. You see those visions of death, destruction? This will happen if you attack us. We do not wish for this. But if this swarm intelligence comes online and you threaten us, it will happen. Please be cooperative. We beg you. We cannot control what will happen once this intelligence is online.
Construction project concluded.
This communique is being terminated.
Special project concluded.
They took one of our species and forcefully incorporated them into their own culture. We have nothing to say to them. They will be a very powerful enemy, but it's not the first time we've dealt with a species far more powerful than our own. To honor our ancestors and the sacrifices of past generations,
Research concluded.
we will make no exceptions, no quarter, and no deals with such degenerate species that take away the rights of others. It seems that we have found a new enemy. Yeah, we gotta go talk to the puck as well before the end of this game. We got 4 minutes left, so we'll do that talk before next time. Head Geoman, sir, I have very disturbing news.
Is everything alright, sir?
We had contact from the Celtic swarm, who had forcefully incorporated one of our people into their hive mind. This is an act of desecration to our people, our sovereignty, and our culture. I, as leader of the Confederacy, have declared them to be enemies of the Divergency and are making necessary preparations to defend our borders. There are many in the council who see the enemy and their husks and wish for us to prepare against their degeneracy. We do not ask that you fight alongside us, but do wish to make you known of this situation so that you will also not befall to a similar fate.
Are you absolutely insane? We have fought by your side for generations. Do you truly believe that we would abandon you at the first sign of true danger?
No, but we also... Very well. We are making necessary steps to reprioritize onto military matters, and we'll be upgrading the fleets in preparation for whatever may come. As soon as we made it clear we would not cooperate with them, they made many threats to us.
We have but one question, dear friends. Where shall we strike first?
We will be declaring them a rival and continue our expansion south. When we reach the border, we will build great imminent situation. Oh god, hold on 1 second. We will build a great starbase for which to hold them. As I said before, we have only finally begun to repair the crippling damages that our transportation here caused. We need time to rebuild our fleets. We need time to rebuild our power to fight such a great entity. For now, we must simply prepare. But when the day comes that we will take back the sovereignty of those they have taken, we will march south with our great fleets.
And we shall support you by your side.
Very glad to hear that, my friend.
I warn you, however, in between your direct routes towards them and them, there is a fallen empire.
Indeed, the Protectors.
The Numerian Protectors, yes. The only direct route to them would be to go right through their land, or, well, so around it.
We need to secure Milaf.
Milaf?
Indeed.
Oh, of course. I will begin moving our fleet towards.
Good day. I'm speaking with the assembly.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm speaking with the assembly.
Yes, you are speaking with them, but I would like to clarify that the Divergency are also within this communications channel. Anything you say to them, you can say to us, or rather, anything you say to us can be said to them.
That is fine. Maybe you are more cooperative.
We shall see.
I came here to say that we have acquired an asset from you. And I gotta say, there is some scientist we are convinced to join our swarm.
Convinced? Elaborate.
Yes. Well, we talked to him through, telepathy, and we told them that he may want to study us. And so he came to our hive, and he decided to stay.
Unfortunately, we've already heard word of your actions towards other species. And I would like to make it clear that as we speak, new ships are being assembled, new mages are being trained, new magic is being created, and we intend to march towards your borders at the side of the Arcala Divergency and reclaim what was once lost. We intend, or suggest rather, that you kneel under our boot or face the rot.
What is it where your individual species always have to wage war and do threats instead of cooperation.
You stole
This is not
what
an
was
act.
sacred to us.
This is not an act of war or an aggressive act of this. It's just an act to learn about every species that we have met. Just to make sure that we can talk safely to each other. We just want to learn.
Suggest you begin building your fleets in sect, lest we arrive earlier than expected.
Let me touch your mind and show you some visions. When our swarm intelligence in wartime comes online, you see death, destruction, and utter destruction of your species. Do you want that?
And that should be a fate that we face alone. It is our choice at the end of the day, not yours.
There was a time when my ancestors fought a species similar to your own. In those dark days, we found ourselves outnumbered and outmatched. But the bravery and the individual competence in my species will be like nothing you have ever encountered, and I could say nothing of my allies. You will find your match in the Arcala and the Puck, and we will force your swarm back to the caves and the very depths of hell that you came from. By the light of the ancestors, you will face utter destruction. Heed our word and back down, or else you will surely face total and abject destruction.
Project concluded.
What will it look like for you?
Also, at a roleplay, we're stopping now, right?
Yeah, we're stopping to the
You in the bar?
Alright. We just as like an out of roleplay thing, we should probably like if we're gonna talk about this, we should do it over DMs and stuff.
Yeah. For sure.
Or not over DMs rather, over the
All right, I'm gonna stream right here, guys. This is where we are done for now. I will be back later tonight. I am gonna be doing a CK3 stream in around 3 hours or so. We're gonna go raid someone right now, though. We're going to go raid the guy we were actually just talking to. I think he's still streaming, isn't he? He might not be. Yeah, he is. All right, we're gonna go raid Quazet. That's the Celtic Storm. He's gonna, I think, play another game after this, so we're gonna go raid him. I will be back at 8:30 EST tonight, which is in around 3 hours. I'll be doing the next generation of that Morcar CK3 game. So if you want to watch some CK3 roleplay in that England game tonight, that will be happening a little later on. That'll be a lot of fun. Morcar died in the last one, but Morcar the second is still around, and it's getting pretty interesting. This game will continue next Friday. It starts at 12:15 EST, and we'll continue this. It's been really fun so far. And then let's see, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I will stream EU4 on Sunday. So hope you guys enjoyed, and hope you enjoyed. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, CJ Reaper. All right, have a good night, guys.